Nahupu, welcome. You will be our guide. It was on you King Solomon relied. To carry secret messages between his court and distant Sheba's lovely queen. He knew your language and you knew his heart. As his close confidant you learnt the art of holding demons captive underground. And for these valiant exploits you were crowned. And you are welcome, Finch. Rise up and play. Those liquid notes that steal men's hearts away. Like Moses you have seen the flames burn high. On Sinai's slopes and there you long to fly. Like him avoid cruel Pharaoh's hand, and seek your promised home on Sinai's mountain peak. There you will understand in spoken words. Too subtle for the ears of mortal birds. And welcome, parrot, perched in paradise. Your splendid plumage bears a strange device. A necklace of bright fire about the throat. Though heaven's bliss is promised by your coat. This circle stands for hell, if you can flee. Like Abraham from Nimrod's enmity. Despise these flames, uninjured you will tread. Through fire if first you cut off Nimrod's head. And when the fear of him has died put on your gorgeous coat, your collar's strength has gone. Welcome, dear partridge, how you strut with pride. Along the slopes of wisdom's mountainside. Let laughter ring out where your feet have trod. Then strike with all your strength the door of God. Destroy the mountain of the self, and here. From ruined rocks a camel will appear. Beside its newborn noble hoofs, a stream of honey mingled with white milk will gleam. Drive on this beast and at your journey's end. Sala will greet you as a long-lost friend. Rare falcon, welcome. How long will you be so fiercely jealous of your liberty? Your lure is love, and when the jess is tied, submit, and be forever satisfied. Give up the intellect for love and see. In one brief moment all eternity. Break nature's frame, be resolute and brave. Then rest at peace in unity's black cave. Rejoice in that close, undisturbed dark air. The prophet will be your companion there. And welcome, Franklin. Since once you've heard and answered God's first all-commanding word. Since love has spoken in your soul, reject the self, that whirlpool where our lives are wrecked. As Jesus rode his donkey, ride on it. Your stubborn self must bear you and submit. Then burn this self and purify your soul. Let Jesus' spotless spirit be your goal. Destroy this burden, and before your eyes, the Holy Ghost in glory will arise. Welcome, dear nightingale, from your sweet throat. Pour out the pain of lovers note by note. Like David in love's garden gently sigh. There sing the songs that make men long to die. Sing as David did, and with your song. Guide home man's suffering and deluded throng. The self is like a mail coat. Melt this steel. To pliant wax with David's holy zeal. And when its metal melts, like David you will melt with love and bid the self adieu. And welcome, peacock, once of paradise, who let the venomous, smooth snake entice your instincts to its master's evil way, and suffered exile for that fateful day. Lines 653 to 72. He blackened your untutored heart and made a tangled darkness of the orchard's shade. Until you crush this snake, how can you be a pilgrim worthy of our mystery? Destroy its ugly charm and Adam then will welcome you to paradise again. Cock pheasant, welcome, with your piercing sight. Look up and see the heart's source drowned in light. You are imprisoned in your filthy well, a dark and noisome, unremitting hell. Rise from this well as Joseph did and gain the throne of Egypt's fabulous domain, where you and Joseph will together reign. Dear pigeon, welcome, with what joy you yearn to fly away, how sadly you return. Your heart is wrung with grief, you share the jail that Jonah knew, the belly of a whale. The self has swallowed you for its delight. How long will you endure its mindless spite? Cut off its head, seek out the moon, and fly beyond the utmost limits of the sky. Escape this monster and become the friend of Jonah in that ocean without end. Welcome, sweet turtle dove, and softly coo, and tell the heavens scatter jewels on you. But what ingratitude you show! Around your neck a ring of loyalty is bound. But while you live you blithely acquiesce, from head to claw in smug ungratefulness. Abandon such self-love and you will see the way that leads us to reality. Their knowledge is your guide, and Kezer will bring clear water drawn from life's eternal spring. And welcome, hawk. Your flight is high and proud, but you return with head politely bowed. In blood and in affliction you must drown. And I suggest you keep your head bent down. What are you here? Mere carrion, rotten flesh, withheld from truth by this world's clumsy mesh. Outsoar both this world and the next, and are released from both. Take off the hood you wear. When you have turned from both worlds you will land on Zulgarnan's outstretched and welcome hand. And little goldfinch, welcome. May your fire be an external sign of fierce desire. Whatever happens, burn in those bright flames, and shut your eyes and soul to earthly claims. Then, as you burn, whatever pain you feel, remember God will recompense your zeal. When you perceive his hidden secrets, give your life to God's affairs and truly live, at last, made perfect in reality. You will be gone, and only God will be. The birds assemble and the hoopoo tells them of the Samorg. The world's birds gathered for their conference, and said, our constitution makes no sense. All nations in the world require a king. How is it we alone have no such thing? Only a kingdom can be justly run. We need a king and must inquire for one. They argued how to set about their quest. The hoopoo fluttered forward, on his breast. There shone the symbol of the spirit's way. And on his head Truth's crown, a feathered spray. Discerning, righteous and intelligent. He spoke, my purposes are heaven sent. I keep God's secrets, mundane and divine. In proof of which behold the holy sign. This miller etched forever on my beak. No one can share the grief with which I seek. I long for Lord, and quickened by my haste. My wits find water in the trackless waste. I come as Solomon's friend and claim the matchless wisdom of that mighty name. He never asked for those who quit his court. But when I left him once alone he sat, with anxious vigilance for my return. Measure my worth by this great king's concern. I bore his letters, back again I flew. Whatever secrets he divined I knew. A prophet loved me, God has trusted me. What other bird has won such dignity? For years I traveled over many lands. Past oceans, mountains, valleys, desert sands. And when the deluge rose I flew around the world itself and never glimpsed dry ground. With Solomon I set out to explore the limits of the earth from shore to shore. I know our king, but how can I alone endure the journey to his distant throne? Join me, and when at last we end our quest, our king will greet you as his honored guest. How long will you persist in blasphemy? Escape your selfhood's vicious tyranny. Whoever can evade the self transcends this world, and as a lover he ascends. Set free your soul, impatient of delay. Step out along our sovereign's royal way. We have a king, beyond Kaf's mountain peak. The Samorg lives, the sovereign whom you seek. And he is always near to us, though we lie far from his transcendent majesty. 100,000 veils of dark and light withdraw his presence from our mortal sight. And in both worlds no being shares the throne. That marks the Simorg's power and his alone. He reigns in undisturbed omnipotence. Bathed in the light of his magnificence. No mind, no intellect can penetrate the mystery of his unending state. How many countless 100,000s pray for patience and true knowledge of the way that leads to him whom reason cannot claim, nor mortal purity describe or name. Their soul and mind bewildered miss the mark, and, faced by him, like dazzled eyes, are dark. No sage could understand his perfect grace, nor seer discern the beauty of his face. His creatures strive to find a path to him, deluded by each new, deceitful whim. But fancy cannot work as she would wish. You cannot weigh the moon like so much fish. How many search for him whose heads are sent, like polo balls in some great tournament, from side to giddy side. How many cries, how many countless groans assail the skies. Do not imagine that the way is short. Vast seas and deserts lie before his court. Consider carefully before you start. The journey asks of you a lion's heart. The road is long, the sea is deep, one flies. First buffeted by joy and then by sighs. If you desire this quest, give up your soul, and make our sovereign's court your only goal. First wash your hands of life if you would say, I am a pilgrim of our sovereign's way. Renounce your soul for love, he you pursue will sacrifice his inmost soul for you. It was in China, late one moonless night, the Simorg first appeared to mortal sight. He let a feather float down through the air, and rumors of its fame spread everywhere. Throughout the world men separately conceived an image of its shape, and all believed their private fantasies uniquely true. In China still this feather is on view. Whence comes the saying you have heard, no doubt. Seek knowledge, unto China seek it out. If this same feather had not floated down, the world would not be filled with his renown. It is a sign of him, and in each heart there lies this feather's hidden counterpart. But since no words suffice, what use are mine to represent or to describe this sign? Whoever wishes to explore the way, let him set out. What more is there to say? The hoopoo finished, and at once the birds effusively responded to his words. All praised the splendor of their distant king. All rose impatient to be on the wing. Each would renounce the self and be the friend of his companions till the journey's end. But when they pondered on the journey's length, they hesitated, their ambitious strength dissolved. Each bird, according to his kind, felt flattered but reluctantly declined. The nightingale's excuse. The nightingale made his excuses first. His pleading notes describe the lover's thirst. And through the crowd hushed silence spread as he descanted on love's scope and mystery. The secrets of all love are known to me, he crooned. Throughout the darkest night my song resounds, and to my retinue belong the sweet notes of the melancholy lute, the plaintive wailing of the lovesick flute. When love speaks in the soul my voice replies, in accents plangent as the ocean's sighs. The man who hears this song spurns reason's rule. Grey wisdom is content to be love's fool. My love is for the rose, I vow to her. From her dear presence I could never stir. If she should disappear the nightingale would lose his reason and his song would fail. And though my grief is one that no bird knows, one being understands my heart, the rose. I am so drowned in love that I can find no thought of my existence in my mind. Her worship is sufficient life for me. The quest for her is my reality. And nightingales are not robust or strong. The path to find the Samorg is too long. My love is here, the journey you propose cannot beguile me from my life, the rose. It is for me she flowers, what greater bliss could life provide me, anywhere, than this? Her buds are mine, she blossoms in my sight. How could I leave her for a single night? The cuckoo answers him. The cuckoo answered him. Dear nightingale, this superficial love which makes you quail is only for the outward show of things. Renounce delusion and prepare your wings. For our great quest, sharp thorns defend the rose. And beauty such as hers too quickly goes. True love will see such empty transience. For what it is, a fleeting turbulence that fills your sleepless nights with grief and blame. Forget the rose's blush and blush for shame. Each spring she laughs, not for you, as you say, but at you, and has faded in a day. The parrot's excuse. The pretty parrot was the next to speak, clothed all in green, with sugar in her beak, and round her neck a circle of pure gold. Even the falcon cannot boast so bold a loveliness, earth's variegated green. image of her feathers' sheen. And when she talks, the fascinating sound seems sweet as costly sugar finely ground. She trilled, I have been caged by heartless men, but my desire is to be free again. If I could reassert my liberty, I'd find the stream of immortality. Guarded by Khazar, his cloak is green like mine. And this shared color is an open sign. I am his equal or equivalent. Only the stream Khazar watches could content my thirsting soul. I have no wish to seek this Simorg's throne of which you love to speak. The hoopoe answers her. The hoopoe said, you are a cringing slave. This is not noble, generous or brave. To think your being has no other end than finding water and a loyal friend. Think well, what is it that you hope to gain? Your coat is beautiful, but where's your brain? Act as a lover and renounce your soul. With love's defiance seek the lover's goal. The peacock's excuse and the hoopoe's answer. Next came the peacock, splendidly arrayed in many-colored pomp. This he displayed, as if he were some proud, self-conscious bride, turning with haughty looks from side to side. The painter of the world created me. He shrieked, but this celestial wealth you see should not excite your hearts to jealousy. I was a dweller once in paradise. There the insinuating snake's advice deceived me. I became his friend. Disgrace was swift and I was banished from that place. My dearest hope is that some blessed day a guide will come to indicate the way back to my paradise. The king you praise is too unknown a goal. My inward gaze is fixed forever on that lovely land. There is the goal which I can understand. How could I seek the Simorg out when I remember paradise? And in reply, the hoopoe said, these thoughts have made you stray further and further from the proper way. You think your monarch's palace of more worth than him who fashioned it and all the earth. The home we seek is in eternity. The truth we seek is like a shoreless sea, of which your paradise is but a drop. This ocean can be yours. Why should you stop? Beguiled by dreams of evanescent dew? The secrets of the sun are yours, but you content yourself with motes trapped in its beams. Turn to what truly lives, reject what seems. Which matters more, the body or the soul? Be whole. Desire and journey to the whole. The duck's excuse. The coy duck waddled from her stream and quacked. Now none of you can argue with the fact that both in this world and the next I am the purest bird that ever flew or swam. I spread my prayer mat out, and all the time I clean myself of every bit of grime, as God commands. There's no doubt in my mind That purity like mine is hard to find. Among the birds I'm like an anchorite. My soul and feathers are a spotless white. I live in water and I cannot go to places where no streams or rivers flow. They wash away a world of discontent. Why should I leave this perfect element? Fresh water is my home, my sanctuary. What use would arid deserts be to me? I can't leave water. Think what water gives. It is the source of everything that lives. Water's the only home I've ever known. Why should I care about this Simorg's throne? The hoopoe answers her. The hoopoe answered her. Your life is past in vague, aquatic dreams which cannot last. A sudden wave and they are swept away. You value water's purity, you say? But is your life as pure as you declare? A fool described the nature both worlds share. The unseen world and that which we can see are like a water drop which instantly is and does not. A water drop was formed when time began, and on its surface swarmed the world's appearances. If they were made of all resisting iron they would fade. Hard iron is mere water, after all, dispersing like a dream, impalpable. The partridge's excuse. The pompous partridge was the next to speak, fresh from his store of pearls. His crimson beak and ruddy plumage made a splendid show, a headstrong bird whose small eyes seemed to glow with angry blood. He clucked, my one desire is jewels. I pick through quarries for their fire. They kindle in my heart an answering blaze, which satisfies me, though my wretched days are one long turmoil of anxiety. Consider how I live, and let me be. You cannot fight with one who sleeps and feeds on precious stones, who is convinced he needs no other goal in life. My heart is tied by bonds of love to this fair mountainside. To yearn for something other than a jewel is to desire what dies, to be a fool. Nothing is precious like a precious stone. Besides, the journey to the Simorg's throne is hard. I cannot tear myself away. My feet refuse as if caught fast in clay. My life is here. I have no wish to fly. I must discover precious stones or die. The hoopoe answers him. The hoopoe said, you have the colors of those jewels you so inordinately love. And yet you seem, like your excuses, lame. Your beak and claws are red as blood or flame. Yet those hard gems from which you cannot part have only helped you to a hardened heart. Without their colors they are nothing more than stones, and to the wise not worth a straw. As you, dear partridge, rise above this greed, the Simorg is the only jewel you need. The Homa's excuse. The Homa next addressed the company. Because his shadow heralds majesty, this wandering portent of the royal state is known as Homayan, the fortunate. He sang, O birds of land and ocean, I am not as other birds, but soar and fly on lofty aspirations' lordly wings. I have subdued the dog desire. Great kings, like Faradin and Jamshid, owe their place to my dark shadow's influence. Disgrace and lowly natures are not my concern. I throw desire its bone, the dog will turn, and let the soul go free. Who can lope down on one whose shadow brings the royal crown? The world should bask in my magnificence. Let Khosrow's glory stand in my defense. What should this haughty Simorg mean to me? The hoopoe answers him. The hoopoe said, poor slave to vanity, your self-importance is ridiculous. Why should a shadow merit so much fuss? You are not now the sign of Khosrow's throne, more like a stray dog squabbling for a bone. Though it is true that you confer on men this majesty, kings must sink down again and bear the punishments of Judgment Day. The hawk's excuse. The hawk came forward with his head held high. His boasts of grand connections filled the sky. His talk was stuffed with armies, glory, kings. He bragged, the ecstasy my sovereign brings has turned my gaze from vulgar company. My eyes are hooded and I cannot see. But I perch proudly on my sovereign's wrist. I know court etiquette and can persist in self-control like holy penitence. When I approach the king, my deference correctly keeps to the established rule. What is this Simorg? I should be a fool if I so much as dreamt of him. A seed from my great sovereign's hand is all I need. The eminence I have suffices me. I cannot travel, I would rather be perched on the royal wrist than struggling through some arid wadi with no end in view. I am delighted by my life at court, waiting on kings or hunting for their sport. The hoopoe answers him. The hoopoe said, Dear hawk, you set great store by superficial graces, and ignore the all-important fact of purity. A king with rivals in his dignity is no true king. The Simorg rules alone, and entertains no rivals to his throne. A king is not one of those common fools who snatches at a crown and thinks he rules. The true king reigns in mild humility, unrivaled in his firm fidelity. An earthly king acts righteously at times, but also stains the earth with hateful crimes. And then whoever hovers nearest him will suffer most from his destructive whim. A courtier risks destruction every hour. Distance yourself from kings and worldly power. A king is like a raging fire, men say. The wisest conduct is to keep away. The heron's excuse. The heron whimpered next. My misery prefers the empty shoreline of the sea. There no one hears my desolate, thin cry. I wait in sorrow there mourn and sigh. My love is for the ocean, but since I, a bird, must be excluded from the deep, I haunt the solitary shore and weep. My beak is dry, not one drop can I drink. But if the level of the sea should sink, by one drop, jealous rage wowed seize my heart. This love suffices me. How can I start a journey like the one that you suggest? I cannot join you in this arduous quest. The Simorg's glory could not comfort me. My love is fixed entirely on the sea. The hoopoe answers him. The hoopoe answered him, You do not know the nature of this sea you love. Below its surface linger sharks, tempests appear, then sudden calms, its course is never clear, but turbid, varying, in constant stress. Its waters taste as salty bitterness. How many noble ships has it destroyed? Their crews sucked under in the whirlpool's void. The diver plunges and in fear of death must struggle to conserve his scanty breath. The failure is cast up, a broken straw. Who trusts the sea? Lawlessness is her law. You will be drowned if you cannot decide to turn away from her inconstant tide. She sees with love herself, that turbulence of tumbling waves, that yearning violence, are for her lord, and since she cannot rest, what peace could you discover in her breast? She lives for him, yet you are satisfied to hear his invitation and to hide the owl's excuse. The owl approached with his distracted air, hooting, Abandoned ruins are my lair. Because, wherever mortals congregate, strife flourishes and unforgiving hate. A tranquil mind is only to be found away from men, in wild, deserted ground. These ruins are my melancholy pleasure, not least because they harbor buried treasure. Love for such treasure has directed me to desolate, waste sites. In secrecy I hide my hopes that one fine day my foot will stumble over unprotected loot. Love for the Simorg is a childish story. My love is solely for gold's buried glory. The hoopoe answers him. The hoopoe answered him, besotted fool. Suppose you get this gold for which you drool. What could you do but guard it night and day, while life itself, unnoticed, slips away? The love of gold and jewels is blasphemy. Our faith is wrecked by such idolatry. To love gold is to be an infidel, an idol worshipper who merits hell. On Judgment Day the miser's secret greed stares from his face for everyone to read. The finch's excuse. The timid finch approached. Her feeble frame trembled from head to foot, a nervous flame. She chirped, "I am less sturdy than a hare and lack the courage that my betters share. My feathers are too weak to carry me." The distance to the Simorg's sanctuary. How could a sickly creature stand alone before the glory of the Simorg's throne? The world is full of those who seek his grace. But I do not deserve to see his face and cannot join in this delusive race. Exhaustion would cut short my foolish days, or I should turn to ashes in his gaze. Joseph was hidden in a well and I shall seek my loved one in the wells nearby. The hoopoe answers her. The hoopoe said, "You teasing little bird. This humble ostentation is absurd. If all of us are destined for the fire, then you too must ascend the burning pyre. Get ready for the road, you can't fool me. Sew up your beak, I loathe hypocrisy." Though Jacob mourned for Joseph's absent face, do you imagine you could take his place? The other birds protest and the hoopoe tells them of their relationship with the Simorg. The other birds in turn received their chance to show off their loquacious ignorance. All made excuses, floods of foolish words flowed from these babbling, rumor-loving birds. Forgive me, reader, if I do not say all these excuses to avoid the way. But in an incoherent rush they came, and all were inappropriate and lame. How could they gain the Simorg? Such a goal belongs to those who discipline the soul. The hoopoe counseled them. The world holds few as worthy of the Simorg's throne as you. But you must empty this first glass, the wine. That follows it as love's devoted sign. If petty problems keep you back, or none, how will you seek the treasures of the sun? In drops you lose yourselves, yet you must dive through untold fathoms and remain alive. This is no journey for the indolent. Our quest is truth itself, not just its scent. When they had understood the hoopoe's words, a clamor of complaint rose from the birds. Although we recognize you as our guide, you must accept, it cannot be denied. We are a wretched, flimsy crew at best, and lack the bare essentials for this quest. Our feathers and our wings, our body's strength, are quite unequal to the journey's length. For one of us to reach the Simorg's throne would be miraculous, a thing unknown. At least say what relationship obtains between his might and ours. Who can take pains to search for mysteries when he is blind? If there were some connection we could find, we would be more prepared to take our chance. He seems like Solomon, and we like ants. How can mere ants climb from their darkened pit up to the Simorg's realm? And is it fit that beggars try the glory of a king? However could they manage such a thing? The hoopoe answered them. How can love thrive in hearts impoverished and half alive? Beggars, you say, such niggling poverty will not encourage truth or charity. A man whose eyes love opens risks his soul. His dancing breaks beyond the mind's control. When long ago the Simorg first appeared, his face like sunlight when the clouds have cleared, he cast unnumbered shadows on the earth. On each one fixed his eyes, and each gave birth. Thus we were born, the birds of every land are still his shadows. Think, and understand. If you had known this secret you would see the link between yourselves and majesty. Do not reveal this truth, and God forfend that you mistake for God himself God's friend. If you become that substance I propound, you are not God, though in God you are drowned. Those lost in him are in it the deity. This problem can be argued endlessly. You are his shadow, and cannot be moved by thoughts of life or death once this is proved. If he had kept his majesty concealed, no earthly shadow would have been revealed. And where that shadow was directly cast, the race of birds sprang up before it passed. Your heart is not a mirror bright and clear. If there the Simorg's form does not appear, no one can bear his beauty face to face. And for this reason, of his perfect grace, he makes a mirror in our hearts. Look there. To see him, search your hearts with anxious care. A king who placed mirrors in his palace. There lived a king, his comeliness was such. The world could not acclaim his charm too much. The world's wealth seemed a portion of his grace. It was a miracle to view his face. If he had rivals, then I know of none. The earth resounded with this paragon. When riding through his streets he did not fail to hide his features with a scarlet veil. Whoever scanned the veil would lose his head. Whoever spoke his name was left for dead. The tongue ripped from his mouth. Whoever thrilled with passion for this king was quickly killed. 1,000 for his love expired each day. And those who saw his face, in blank dismay, would rave and grieve and mourn their lives away. To die for love of that bewitching sight was worth 100 lives without his light. None could survive his absence patiently. None could endure this king's proximity. How strange it was that men could neither brook the presence nor the absence of his look. Since few could bear his sight, they were content to hear the king in sober argument. But while they listened they endured such pain as made them long to see their king again. The king commanded mirrors to be placed about the palace walls, and when he faced their polished surfaces his image shone with mitigated splendor to the throng. If you would glimpse the beauty we revere, look in your heart, its image will appear. Make of your heart a looking glass and see reflected there the friend's nobility. Your sovereign's glory will illuminate the palace where he reigns in proper state. Search for this king within your heart. His soul reveals itself in atoms of the whole. The multitude of forms that masquerade throughout the world spring from the Simorg's shade. If you catch sight of his magnificence, it is his shadow that beguiles your glance. The Simorg's shadow and himself are one. Seek them together, twinned in unison. But you are lost in vague uncertainty. Pass beyond shadows to reality. How can you reach the Simorg's splendid court? First find its gateway, and the sun, long sought, erupts through clouds, when victory is won. Your sight knows nothing but the blinding sun. The birds question the hoopoe and he advises them. An ancient secret yielded to the birds. When they had understood the hoopoe's words, their kinship with the Simorg was now plain and all were eager to set off again. The homily returned them to the way. And with one voice the birds were heard to say, "Tell us, dear hoopoe, how we should proceed. Our weakness quails before this glorious deed." "A lover," said the hoopoe, now their guide, "is one in whom all thoughts of self have died. Those who renounce the self deserve that name. Righteous or sinful, they are all the same. Your heart is thwarted by the self's control. Destroy its hold on you and reach your goal. Give up this hindrance, give up mortal sight, for only then can you approach the light. If you are told, renounce our faith, obey. The self and faith must both be tossed away." Blasphemers call such action blasphemy. Tell them that love exceeds mere piety. Love has no time for blasphemy or faith, nor lovers for the self, that feeble wraith. They burn all that they own, unmoved they feel. Against their skin the torturer's sharp steel. Heart's blood and bitter pain belong to love, and tales of problems no one can remove. Cupbearer, fill the bowl with blood, not wine. And if you lack the heart's rich blood, take mine. Love thrives on unextinguishable pain, which tears the soul, then knits the threads again. A mote of love exceeds all bounds, it gives the vital essence to whatever lives. But where love thrives, there pain is always found. Angels alone escape this weary round. They love without that savage agony, which is reserved for vexed humanity. Islam and blasphemy have both been passed by those who set out on love's path at last. Love will direct you to Dame Poverty, and she will show the way to blasphemy. When neither blasphemy nor faith remain, the body and the self have both been slain. Then the fierce fortitude the way will ask is yours, and you are worthy of our task. Begin the journey without fear. Be calm. Forget what is and what is not Islam. Put childish dread aside. Like heroes meet the 100 problems which you must defeat. The birds set off on their journey, pause, then choose a leader. They heard the tale. The birds were all on fire. To quit the hindrance of the self, desire. To gain the Samorg had convulsed each heart. Love made them clamor for the journey's start. They set out on the way, a noble deed. Hardly had they begun when they agreed to call a halt. A leader's what we need. They said, one who can bind and loose, one who will guide our self-conceit to what is true. We need a judge of rare ability to lead us over danger's spacious sea. Whatever he commands along the way, we must, without recalcitrance, obey, until we leave this plain of sin and pride, and gain Kaf's distant peak. There we shall hide. A moat lost in the sun, the Samorg's shade, will cover those who traveled and obeyed. But which of us is worthy of this trust? A lottery is suitable and just. The winning lot must finally decide which bird should be our undisputed guide. A hush fell, arguments were laid aside. The lots were chosen, and the hoopoe won, a lucky verdict that pleased everyone. He was their leader. They would sacrifice their lives if he demanded such a price, and as they traveled on the way his word would spell authority to every bird. The birds are frightened by the emptiness of the way, and the hoopoe tells them a story about Sheikh Bayezid. The hoopoe, as their chief, was hailed and crowned. Huge flocks of birds in homage gathered round. 100,000 birds assembled there, making a monstrous shadow in the air. The throng set out, but, clearing the first dune, their leader sent a cry up to the moon. And panic spread among the birds. They feared the endless desolation which appeared. They clung together in a huddling crowd, drew in their heads and wings and wailed aloud. A melancholy, weak, faint-hearted song. Their burdens were too great, the way too long. How featureless the view before their eyes. An emptiness where they could recognize no marks of good or ill, a silence where the soul knew neither hope nor blank despair. One said, the way is lifeless, empty why? To which the hoopoe gave this strange reply. To glorify the king. One moonlit night Sheikh Bayezid, attracted by the sight of such refulgent brilliance, clear as day, across the sleeping city took his way and thence into the desert, where he saw unnumbered stars adorning heaven's floor. He walked a little and became aware that not a sound disturbed the desert air. That no one moved in that immensity. Save him. His heart grew numb and gradually pure terror touched him. "Oh great God," he cried. "Your dazzling palace beckons far and wide. Where are the courtiers who should throng this court?" A voice said, "Wanderer, you are distraught. Be calm. Our glorious king cannot admit all comers to his court. It is not fit that every rascal who sleeps out the night should be allowed to glimpse its radiant light. Most are turned back, and few perceive the throne. Among 100,000 there is one." The birds ask the hoopoe to resolve their doubts. The trembling birds stared out across the plain. The road seemed endless as their endless pain. But in the hoopoe's heart new confidence transported him above the firmaments. The sands could not alarm him nor the high harsh sun at noon, the peacock of the sky. What other bird, throughout the world, could bear the troubles of the way in all its care? The frightened flock drew nearer to their guide. You know the perils of the way, they cried. And how we should behave before the king. You served great Solomon in everything. And flew across his lands, therefore you know exactly where it's safe and right to go. You've seen the ups and downs of this strange way. It is our wish that as our guide you say how we should act before the king we seek. And more, as we are ignorant and weak. That you should solve the problems in our hearts before the fearful company departs. First hear our doubts. The thing we do not doubt is that you'll answer them and drive them out. We know that on this lengthy way no light will come to clear uncertainty's dark night. But when the heart is free we shall commit our hearts and bodies, all we have, to it. The hoopoe stood to speak, and all the birds approached to be encouraged by his words. 100,000 gathered with one mind, serried in ranks according to their kind. The dove and nightingale voiced their complaint. Such beauty made the company grow faint. A cry of ecstasy went up, a state where neither self nor void predominate fell on the birds. The hoopoe spoke. He drew the veil from what is ultimately true. One asked, how is it you surpass us in this search for truth? What is our crippling sin? We search and so do you, but you receive truth's purity while we stand by and grieve. The hoopoe tells them about the glance of Solomon. The hoopoe answered him, great Solomon once looked at me, it is that glance alone which gave me what I know no wealth could bring. The substance I received from wisdom's king. No one can gain this by the forms of prayer. For even Satan bowed with pious care. Though don't imagine that you need not pray. We curse the fool who tricks you in this way. Pray always, never for one moment cease. Pray in despair and when your goods increase. Consume your life with prayer, till Solomon bestows his glance, and ignorance is gone. When Solomon accepts you, you will know far more than my unequal words can show. A cowardly bird protests. One of the birds let out a helpless squeak. I can't go on this journey, I'm too weak. Dear guide, I know I can't fly anymore. I've never tried a feat like this before. This valley's endless, dangers lie ahead. The first time that we rest I'll drop down dead. Volcanoes loom before the goal is won. Admit this journey's not for everyone. The blood of multitudes has stained the way. 100,000 creatures, as you say, address themselves to this great enterprise. How many die, a useless sacrifice? On such a road the best of men are cowed. Hoods hide the frightened features of the proud. What chance have timid souls? What chance have I? If I set out it's certain I shall die. The hoopoe admonishes him. The hoopoe said, your heart's congealed like ice. When will you free yourself from cowardice? Since you have such a short time to live here. What difference does it make? What should you fear? The world is filth and sin, and homeless men must enter it and homeless leave again. They die, as worms, in squalid pain, if we must perish in this quest, that, certainly, is better than a life of filth and grief. If this great search is vain, if my belief is groundless, it is right that I should die. So many errors throng the world, then why should we not risk this quest? To suffer blame. For love is better than a life of shame. No one has reached this goal, so why appeal to those whose blindness claims it is unreal? I'd rather die deceived by dreams than give my heart to home and trade and never live. We've seen and heard so much, what have we learned? Not for one moment has the self been spurned. Fools gather round and hinder our release. When will their stale, insistent whining cease? We have no freedom to achieve our goal, until from self and fools we free the soul. To be admitted past the veil you must Be dead to all the crowd considers just. Once past the veil you understand the way, from which the crowd's glib courtiers blindly stray. If you have any will, leave women's stories. And even if this search for hidden glories proves blasphemy at last, be sure our quest is not mere talk but an exacting test. The fruit of love's great tree is poverty. Whoever knows this knows humility. When love has pitched his tent in someone's breast, that man despairs of life and knows no rest. Love's pain will murder him, then blandly ask a surgeon's fee for managing the task. The water that he drinks brings pain, his bread is turned to blood immediately shed. Though he is weak, faint, feebler than an ant, love forces him to be her combatant. He cannot take one mouthful unaware that he is floundering in a sea of care. A bird complains of his sinfulness. Another bird complained, "Sin stains my soul. How can the wicked ever reach our goal? How can a soul unclean as noisome flies toward the Simorg's mountains hope to rise? When sinners leave the path, what power can bring such stragglers to the presence of our King?" And the hoopoe answers him. The answer came, "You speak from ignorance. Do not despair of his benevolence. Seek mercy from him. Throw away your shield, and by submission gain the longed-for field. The gate stands open to contrition's way. If you have sinned, squeeze through it while you may. And if you travel with an honest heart, you too will play the victor's glorious part. Shame forced a vicious sinner to repent. Once more his strength returned, once more he went down his old paths of wickedness and lust. Leaving the way, he wallowed in his dust. But pain welled in his heart, his life became a second time the source of bitter shame. Since sin had brought him nothing but despair, he wanted to repent, but did not dare. His looks betrayed more agitation than ripe corn grains jumping in a heated pan. His heart was racked by grief and warring fears. The highway's dust was laid by his sad tears. But in the dawn he heard a voice, "The Lord was merciful when first you pledged your word. You broke it and again I gave you time, asking no payment for this newer crime. Poor fool, would you repent once more? My gate stands open always, patiently I wait." Gabriel and the unbeliever. One night in paradise good Gabriel heard the Lord say, "I am here," and at his word there came another voice which wept and prayed. "Who knows whose voice this is?" The angel said, "It comes from one, of this at least I'm sure, who has subdued the self, whose heart is pure." But no one in the heavens knew the man. And Gabriel swooped toward the earth to scan the deserts, seas and mountains, far and wide. He searched, without success, until he cried for God to lead his steps. Seek him in Rome. God said, a pagan temple is his home. There Gabriel went and saw the man in tears. A worthless idol ruled his hopes and fears. Astonished, Gabriel turned and said, "Tell me, dear Lord, the meaning of this mystery." You answer with your kindness one who prays before a senseless idol all his days. And God replied, "He does not know our way. Mere ignorance has led this man astray. I understand the cause of his disgrace, and will not coldly turn aside my face. I shall admit him to my sanctuary, where kindness will convert his blasphemy." The hoopoe paused and raised his voice in prayer. Then said, "This man for whom God showed such care was one like you, and if you cannot bring great virtues to the presence of our King, do not alarm yourself, the Lord will bless the saints' devotions and your nothingness." An indecisive bird complains. Another bird declared, "As you can see, I lack the organs of virility. Each moment I prefer a different tree. I'm drunk, devout, the world's, then, briefly, his. Caught between, no, it isn't, yes, it is. The flesh will send me drinking, then I'll find the praise of God awakening in my mind. What should I do between these two extremes, imprisoned by conflicting needs and dreams? And the hoopoe answers him. The hoopoe said, this troubles everyone. What man is truly single-minded? None. If all of us could boast a spotless mind, why should the prophets mingle with mankind? If it is love which prompts your fervent prayers, 100 kindnesses will calm your cares. Life is an obstinate young colt, until he's broken in by your restraining will. He knows no peace, but you are indolent, stretched out beside the oven, warm, content. Tears temper hearts, but living wells arrest. That inch by inch reduces them to dust. You're just a eunuch pampering his needs. Yourself's grown gross, a dog that sleeps and feeds. The man of understanding puts aside, to travel on this path, all outward pride. The courage of his choice will honor those who taught this pilgrim everything he knows. If you seem more substantial than a hare, you've made an idol of yourself, take care. Whatever praise or blame may say of you, you're an idolater in all you do. As truth's sworn slave, beware of a czar's ways, who carved the stone to which he offered praise. Devotion is the crown of all mankind. Leave Uza asterisk and such idols far behind. You seem a Sufi to the common folk, but hide 100 idols with your cloak. If you're a eunuch underneath, don't dress in clothes of high heroic manliness. If on its path love forces you to yield, then do so gladly, throw away your shield. Resist and you will die, your soul is dead. To ward off your defeat, bow down your head. A pauper in love with the king of Egypt. A poor man fell in love with Egypt's king, who heard the news and ordered guards to bring the wretch to him. You love the king, he said. Now choose. Give up your home here or your head. You must make up your mind between these two, exile or death. Well, which seems best to you? For all his love, this pauper wasn't brave. His choice was exile rather than the grave. He left. The king's command came loud and clear. Cut off his head at once and bring it here. The porter said, but he is innocent. Why should my lord command this punishment? He did not really love, the king replied. Though he pretended love for me, he lied. If he were valiant in love, he would have chosen death here as the highest good. If one prefers his head to love, then he must pay to love the traitor's penalty. Had he required my head, at his command, there would have been no lord to rule this land. I would have worn his livery, a king would have become his slave in everything. But he resisted love, and it is right that he should lose his head in such a fight. The man who leaves me, though he rave and cry, is an impostor and his love's a lie. I say this as a warning to that crowd, whose boasts of love for me ring long and loud. A bird complains of the self. One of the birds then said, my enemy's that veteran of highway robberies. Myself, how can I travel on the way with such a follower? The dog won't pay the least attention to a word I say. The dog I knew is gone and in his place a slavering wolf stalks by me, pace for pace. And the hoopoe answers him. The hoopoe said, how has this dog betrayed and brought to dust whatever plans you made? The self's squint-eyed and cannot guide you well. Part dog, part parasite, part infidel. When you are praised, your self swells up with pride, aware that praise is quite unjustified. There's no hope for the self, the dog grows fatter. The more it hears men fawn, deceive and flatter. What is your childhood but a negligence? A time of carelessness and ignorance? What is your youth but madness, strife and danger? Knowledge that in this world you are a stranger? What is your age but torpid helplessness? The flesh and spirit sapped by long distress? Until this dog, the self, can be subdued. Our life is folly, endlessly renewed. If all of life from birth to death is vain, blank nothingness will be our only gain. Such slaves the self owns. What a catalogue! How many rush to worship this foul dog? The self is hell, a furnace belching fire. An icy pit as pride succeeds desire. And though 100,000 die of grief, that this same dog should die is past belief. A gravedigger. A man who lived by digging graves survived. To ripe old age, a neighbor said, "You've thrived." For years, digging away in one routine. "Tell us the strangest thing you've ever seen." He said, "All things considered, what's most strange is that for 70 years without a change, that dog, myself, has seen me digging graves. Yet neither dies, nor alters, nor behaves." Abbasa's description of the self. One night Abbasa said, "The world could be thronged with wild infidels and blasphemy. Or it could be a place of pious works, filled with the faithful, keen as zealous Turks. Instead the prophets came, that infidel. The self must choose between the faith and hell. One seemed too difficult, one terrified. How could the indecisive soul decide? Beneath the self's reign we are infidels, and nourish blasphemy in all our cells. Its life is stubborn, strong, intractable. To kill it seems well nigh impossible. It draws its strength from both alternatives. No wonder it so obstinately lives. But if the heart can rule, then day and night, this dog will labor for the heart's delight. And when the heart rides out he sprints away, eager to flush his noble master's prey. Whoever chains this dog will find that he commands the lion of eternity. Whoever binds this dog, his sandals dust, surpasses all the counsels of the just. A king questions a Sufi, a ragged pilgrim of the Sufis way. By chance met with a king, and heard him say, "Who's better, me or you?" The old man said, "Silence, your words are empty as your head." Although self-praise is not our normal rule, the man who loves himself is still a fool. I'll tell you, since I must, that one like me exceeds 1,000 like your majesty. Since you find no delight in faith, alas, yourself has made of you, my lord, an ass and sat on you, and set its load on you. You're just its slave in everything you do. You wear its halter, follow its commands, a no one, left completely in its hands. My study is to reach truth's inmost shrine. And I am not myself's ass, he is mine. Now since the beast I ride on rides on you, that I'm your better is quite plainly true. You love the self, it's lit in you a fire of nagging lust, insatiable desire. A blaze that burns your vigor, wastes your heart, leaving infirmity in every part, consuming all your strength, till deaf and blind. You're old, forgetful, rambling in your mind. This man, and hundreds like him, constitute the mighty phalanx of the Absolute. When such an army charges you will find you and your puny self are left behind. How you delight in this dog's partnership. But it's the dog, not you, that cracks the whip. The forces of the king will separate. This dog and you, why not anticipate their order and forestall the pain? If though you weep that here on earth you cannot know enough of this audacious infidel, don't worry, you'll be comrades down in hell. A bird complains of pride. Another said, "Whenever I decide to seek his presence, that arch-devil pride obstructs my path. I can't fight back with force. Against his specious talk I've no recourse. How can I find salvation from his lies? Drink down the wine of meaning and be wise?" The hoopoe answers him. The hoopoe said, "This devil never leaves until the self has gone, if he deceives you now, his cunning is your own deceit. Your wishes are the devil, you the cheat. If you accomplish one desire, a shoal of struggling demons rises in your soul. The world's a furnace and a prison cell. The devil's province, an unending hell. Draw back your hand from it if you would win an unmolested life secure from sin. Your vaunted faith is wordy insolence. The devil strikes, and you have no defense. This world's grief clings to you, yet you decide you're ready for our quest. God damn your pride. I said, give up the world, and now I say, stand firm to be admitted to the way. If you have given him this earthly show, when will you spread your hands and let it go? Your sloth has drowned you in a sea of greed. You don't know why you wait or what you need. Though earth and heaven weep, you seek out sin. Greed blunts your faith. Passion corrupts within. What is this world, this nest of greed and lust? But leavings of oppression, windswept dust? Here tyranny intensified its reign. Here cruelty struck and left an emptied plain. God calls this world a nothing, but its snare has trapped you, and you struggle in despair. When will you die to such unhappiness, and take the hand that leads you from distress? Can one who's lost in nothing rightly claim the attributes of man, much less the name? The creature who abandons what he sought for nothing's sake is not and less than not. What is this world's work? Idle lethargy. That idleness a long captivity. What is the world but a consuming pyre, where nation follows nation to the fire? And when its flames turn night to blinding day, the lion-hearted hero runs away. To close your eyes and flee is courage here. Or like some fluttering moth you'll draw too near, and in the blaze be burnt. To worship flame is drunken pride, the path to death and shame. The fire surrounds you, and with every breath, the scorching flames reach out and threaten death, but they are quenched when we achieve our goal. And look, there waits asylum for your soul, a rich lord and a dervish. At public prayers a great lord cried, "O God, have mercy on me now and spare the rod." A crazy dervish heard his prayer and said, "You dare to call his mercies on your head, when your behavior seems to say, the earth can hardly hold a person of my worth. You've raised a palace up against the sky, embellished it with gold to daze the eye. 10 boys and 10 young girls await your whim. What claim have you on mercy or on him? Look on your life, on all that you possess. There isn't room for mercy in this mess. If fate gave you my daily round of bread, then you could call down mercies on your head. Shame on you, man, until you turn aside from power and wealth and all your stinking pride. There's nothing to be done. Turn now, and see how like a hero you can still break free. Deathbed repentance. A true believer said, there is a crowd who when they come to die will cry aloud and turn to God, but they are fools. They should have spent their lives in seeking what is good. When leaves are falling it's too late to sow. Repentance on a deathbed is too slow. The time to turn aside has flown. Be sure whoever waits till then will die impure. A miserly bird. Another bird said, I love gold alone. It's life to me, like marrow to a bone. When I have gold I blossom like a flower. With restless pride I revel in its power. The hoopoe answers him. The hoopoe said, appearances delight the heart that cannot see truth's dawning light. You are as blind by day as in the night. Your life's a crawling ants. What essence lies in surfaces? Avoid. Direct your eyes to meaning's core. Gold is a stone, and you are like a child attracted by its hue. It is an idol when it holds the soul back from its God. Hide it in some dark hole. And if it is a sovereign remedy, it also has a foul utility. Men make a ring of it that stops a mule from being covered. O unhappy fool! Who's helped by all this gold? And what real pleasure can you derive from heaps of glittering treasure? If you can give a dervish just a grain, you'll nag at him, or wish it back again. It's true that backed by gold you'll never lack. For friends, your friendship's brand burns every back. Each month you count the profits from your trade. What trade? Your soul's been sold, the bargain's made. Life's sweetness passes and you spend your time scrabbling for farthings. Isn't this a crime? You give this all for nothing, while your heart is given wholly to the merchant's art. But underneath your gibbet I shall wait, until its steps are jerked away by fate. How many dines you'll hang? Each sliding noose will seem 100 burning flames. What use will your religion, gold, be to you then? Or when you're drowned, your business acumen, in that last tumult as you gasp for air? You'll know your doom and shriek in wild despair. Remember the Koran. You cannot gain salvation while the things you love remain. You must abandon all things that exist. Even the soul itself must be dismissed. Renounce its fellowship, it too must go, along with all you own and all you know. If you have made this world a place for sleep, your bed's the load that makes the way so steep. Burn it, and pass beyond what merely seems. You can't deceive the truth with sleepy dreams. Let fear persuade you, and the fire is lit. Burn your bed now if you would rise from it. The novice who had some gold. A novice hid a little store of gold. His sheikh knew this, although he'd not been told. There was a journey that they had to make. The two set out, the young man and his sheikh. Then night came to the valley where they walked, and into the path they followed forked. The novice trembled for his hidden gold. Which makes its owners rather less than bold. Which way do you advise? He asked his sheikh. There are two paths. Which is the best to take? The sheikh said, throw out what you cannot hide. Then either way will do, as you decide. Let gold win someone's heart, and when that's done, even the devil, out of fear, will run. When gold is weighed, what arguments ensue? One grain too many. No, one grain too few. In ways of faith he's like an ass that's lame, cast down, preoccupied and full of shame. A king when cheating people, but a fool when faith is mentioned, a bewildered mule. The man whom shining gold can lead astray is captured by the world, he's lost the way. Remember Joseph and beware this well. Tread carefully, it leads to death and hell. Rabia and the 2 grains of silver. A sheikh of Basra said to Rabia, how much you have endured along love's way, and all this strength is from yourself, tell me the source of your profound ability. This inward light which you have neither read nor learned nor copied. Saint Rabia said, great sheikh, I simply spin coarse cotton thread. I sell this and am satisfied to get 2 grains of silver, though I never yet held both these grains together in my palm, but one in either hand. I fear the harm that follows from the clink of coin on coin. The sleepless nights when sums of money join. The worldly man's embroiled in bloody cares, laying 100,000 different snares until unlawfully he gets his gold, and promptly dies. Before his body's cold, the eager heir has claimed his property, his legal right to strife and misery. You sell the Samorg for this gold. Its light has made your heart a candle in the night. We seek the way of perfect unity, where no one counts his own prosperity, but you are like an ant that's led astray too easily from our strict, narrow way. The straight path offers no deceitful smiles. What living creature can endure its trials? The hermit who listened to a bird. A man divinely blessed filled all his days, for twice 200 years with sacred praise. He lived alone where no man ever trod, and, hidden by truth's veil, conversed with God. His one companion was the Lord, and he makes other friends a useless luxury. His garden had a tree, this tree a guest, for there a lovely bird had built its nest. Such sweetly trilling songs poured from its throat. 100 secrets lurked in every note. Charmed by this liquid voice the hermit found companionship in its beguiling sound. God called the prophet of that time and said, We must reproach this man. The life you've led has day and night been given up to prayer. For years you burnt with love, and now you dare to sell me for the singing of a bird. The willing dupe of that fine voice you heard. I've bought and cared for you, your negligence has cheaply sold me off as recompense. I pay the price for you, you auction me. Is this your meaning for fidelity? I am the one companion you should keep. Not some quick bargain to be marked down, cheap. An ostentatious bird. Another bird declared, my happiness comes from the splendid things which I possess. My palace walls inlaid with gold excite astonishment in all who see the sight. They are a world of joy to me. How could I wrench my heart from this surpassing good? There I am king. All bow to my commands. Shall I court ruin in the desert sands? Shall I give up this realm, and live without my certain glory in a world of doubt? What rational mind would give up paradise for wanderings filled with pain and sacrifice? The hoopoe answers him. The hoopoe said, ungrateful wretch, are you a dog that you should need a kennel too? This world's a kennel's filthy murk at best. Your palace is a kennel with the rest. If it seems paradise at your last breath, you'll know it as your dungeon after death. There'd be no harm in palaces like yours. Did not the thought of death beat at our doors? The spider. You've seen an active spider work. He seems to spend his life in self-communing dreams. In fact, the web he spins is evidence that he's endowed with some far-sighted sense. He drapes a corner with his cunning snare, and waits until a fly's entangled there. Then dashes out and sucks the meager blood of his bewildered, buzzing, dying food. He'll dry the carcass then, and live off it for days, consuming bit by tasty bit, until the owner of the house one day will reach up casually to knock away the cunning spider's home, and with her broom she clears both fly and spider from the room. Such is the world, and one who feeds there is a fly trapped by that spider's subtleties. If all the world is yours, it will pass by as swiftly as the blinking of an eye. And though you boast of kings and patronage, you are a child, an actor on a stage. Don't seek for wealth unless you are a fool. A herd of cows is all that you can rule. Whoever lives for banners, drums, and glory is dead. The dervish understands this story, and calls it windy noise winds vainly flap. The banners, hollowly the brave drums tap. Don't gallop on the horse of vanity. Don't pride yourself on your nobility. They skin the leopard for his splendid pelt. They'll flay you too before your nose has smelt a whiff of danger, when your life's made plain. Which will be better, death or chastening pain? You cannot hold your head up then, obey. How long must you persist in childish play? Either give up your wealth or lay aside the rash pretensions of your crazy pride. Your palace and your gardens, they're your jail, jail. The dungeon where your ruined soul will wail. Forsake this dusty pride, know what it's worth. Give up your restless pacing of the earth. To see the way, look with the eyes of thought. Set out on it and glimpse the heavenly court, and when you reach that soul's asylum, then its glory will blot out the world of men. The restless fool and the dervish. A fool dashed onward at a reckless pace, till in the desert he came face to face with one who wore the ragged dervish cloak, and asked, "What is your work?" The dervish spoke. "Poor shallow wretch, can you not see I faint with this strict pressure of the world's constraint?" "Constraint? That can't be right," the man replied. "The empty desert stretches far and wide." The dervish said, "If there is no strict way, How has it led you to me here today? A myriad promises beguile your mind. But flames of greed are all that you can find. What are such flames? Tread down the world's desire. And like a lion shun this raging fire. Accomplish this, and you will find your heart. There waits your palace, pure in every part. Fire blocks the path, the goal is long delayed. Your heart's a captive and your soul's afraid. But in the midst of such an enterprise, you will escape this universe of lies. When worldly pleasures cloy, prepare to die. The world gives neither name nor truth, pass by. The more you see of it, the less you see. How often must I warn you to break free? Seeing the world. A mourner following a coffin cried. You hardly saw the world, and yet you've died. A fool remarked, such noise. You'd think that he had seen the world himself repeatedly. If you would take the world with you, you must descend with all the world unseen to dust. You rush to savor life, and so life goes, while you ignore the bomb for all its woes. Until the self is sacrificed, your soul is lost in filth, divided from its goal. A perfumed wood was burning, and its scent made someone sigh with somnolent content. One said to him, your sigh means ecstasy. Think of the wood, whose sigh means misery. A bird who cannot leave his beloved. Great hoopoo, said another bird, my love has loaded me with chains, I cannot move. This bandit, love, confronted me and stole my intellect, my heart, my inmost soul. The image of her face is like a thief, who fires the harvest and leaves only grief. Without her I endure the pangs of hell, raving and cursing like an infidel. How can I travel when my heart must stay lapped here in blood, and on that weary way? How many empty valleys lie ahead? How many horrors wait for us? I dread one moment absent from her lovely face. How could I seek the way and leave this place? My pain exceeds all cure or remedy. I've passed beyond both faith and blasphemy. My blasphemy and faith are love for her. My soul is her abject idolater. And though companionless I weep and groan. My friend is sorrow, I am not alone. My love has brought me countless miseries. But in her hair lie countless mysteries. Without her face, blood chokes me. I am drowned. I'm dust blown aimlessly across the ground. Believe me, everything I say is true. This is my state, now tell me what to do. The hoopoo answers him. The hoopoo said, you are the prisoner of appearances, a superficial love. This love is not divine, it is mere greed. For flesh, an animal, instinctive need. To love what is deficient, trapped in time, is more than foolishness, it is a crime. And blasphemous the struggle to evade that perfect beauty which can never fade. You would compare a face of blood and bile to the full moon, yet what could be more vile in all the world than that same face when blood and bile are gone? It is no more than mud. This is the fleshly beauty you adore. This is its being, this and nothing more. How long then will you seek for beauty here? Seek the unseen, and beauty will appear. When that last veil is lifted, neither men nor all their glory will be seen again. The universe will fade, this mighty show in all its majesty and pomp will go. And those who loved appearances will prove each other's enemies and forfeit love. While those who loved the absent, unseen friend will enter that pure love which knows no end. Shebla and a man whose friend had died. Once Shebla saw a poor wretch weeping. Why these tears? The sheikh inquired. What makes you cry? He said, O sheikh, I had a friend whose face refreshed my soul with its young, candid grace. But yesterday he died, since then I'm dead. There's nothing that could dry the tears I shed. The sheikh replied, and is that all you miss? Don't grieve, my friend, you're worth much more than this. Choose now another friend who cannot die. For his death you will never have to cry. The friend from whom, through death, we must soon part. Brings only sorrow to the baffled heart. Whoever loves the world's bright surfaces endures in love 100 miseries. Too soon the surface flees his groping hand. And sorrow comes which no man can withstand. A merchant who sold his favorite slave. There was a merchant once who had a slave. As sweet as sugar, how did he behave? He sold that girl beyond comparison. And oh, how he regretted what he'd done. He offered her new master heaps of gold, and would have paid her price 1,000-fold. His heart in flames, his poor head in a whirl. He begged her owner to resell the girl, but he was adamant and would not sell. The merchant paced the street, his mind in hell, and groaned, I cannot bear this searing pain. But anyone who gives his love for gain, who stitches tight the eyes of common sense, deserves as much for his improvidence. To think that on that fatal market day, I tricked myself and gave the best away. Your breaths are jewels, each atom as a guide, to lead you to the truth, and glorified. From head to foot with his great wealth you stand. Oh, if you could entirely understand your absence from him, then you would not wait. Inured by patience to your wretched fate, God nourished you in love and holy pride. But ignorance detains you from his side. A king and his greyhound. A royal hunt swept out across the plain. The monarch called for someone in his train to bring a greyhound, and the handler brought a dark, sleek dog, intelligent, well taught. A jeweled gold collar sparkled at its throat. Its back was covered by a satin coat. Gold anklets clasped its paws, its leash was made of silk threads twisted in a glistening braid. The king thought him a dog who'd understand, and took the silk leash in his royal hand. The dog ran just behind his lord, then found a piece of bone abandoned on the ground. He stooped to sniff, and when the king saw why, a glance of fury flashed out from his eye. When you're with me, he said, you're sovereign king. How dare you look at any other thing? He snapped the leash into his handler cried, let this ill-mannered brute roam far and wide. He's mine no more, better for him if he had swallowed pins than found such liberty. The handler stared and tried to remonstrate. The dog, my lord, deserves an outcast's fate. But we should keep the satin and the gold. The king said, no, do just as you are told. Drive him, exactly as he is, away. And when he comes back to himself some day, he'll see the riches that he bears and know that he was mine, a king's, but long ago. And you, who had a king once as your friend, and lost him through your negligence, attend. Give yourself wholly to the love of truth. Drink with this dragon like a reckless youth. Now is the dragon's time. The lover must submit and see his throat's blood stain the dust. What terrifies the human soul so slight, an ant at most, in this vast dragon's sight? His lover's thirst will not be quenched till they drink their own blood and take the selfless way. A bird who fears death. Another bird spoke up. The way is long, and I am neither valiant nor strong. I'm terrified of death. I know that I, before the first stage is complete, must die. I tremble at the thought, when death draws near. I know I'll shriek and groan in sniveling fear. Whoever fights death with his sword will meet inevitable, absolute defeat. His sword and hand lie smashed. Alas, what grief! They grasp who grasp the sword as their belief. The hoopoo answers him. The hoopoo said, how feebly you complain. How long will this worn bag of bones remain? What are you but a few bones? And at heart each bone is soft and hastens to depart. Aren't you aware that life, from birth to death, is little more than one precarious breath? that all who suffer birth must also die. They're being scattered to the windy sky? As you are reared to live, so from your birth, you're also rested to one day leave this earth. The sky is like some huge, inverted bowl, which sunset fills with blood from pole to pole. The sun seems then an executioner, beheading thousands with his scimitar. If you are profligate, if you are pure, you are but water mixed with dust, no more. A drop of trembling instability. And can a drop resist the surging sea? Though in the world you wax a king, you must in sorrow and despair return to dust. The phoenix. In India lives a bird that is unique. The lovely phoenix has a long, hard beak, pierced with 100 holes, just like a flute. It has no mate, its reign is absolute. Each opening has a different sound, each sound means something secret, subtle and profound. And as these shrill, lamenting notes are heard, a silence falls on every listening bird. Even the fish grow still. It was from this sad chant a sage learnt music's artifice. The phoenix life endures 1,000 years. And, long before, he knows when death appears. When death's sharp pangs assail his tiring heart, and all signs tell him he must now depart, he builds a pyre from logs and massy trees, and from its center sings sad threnodies. Each plaintive note trills out, from each pierced hole comes evidence of his untarnished soul, now like a mourner's ululating cries. Now with an inward care the cadence dies. And as he sings of death, death's bitter grief thrills through him and he trembles like a leaf. Then drawn to him by his heart-piercing calls, the birds approach, and savage animals. They watch, and watching grieve, each in his mind determines he will leave the world behind. Some weep in sympathy and some grow faint. Some die to hear his passionate complaint. So death draws near, and as the phoenix sings, he fans the air with his tremendous wings. A flame darts out and licks across the pyre. Now wood and phoenix are a raging fire, which slowly sinks from that first livid flash to soft, collapsing charcoal, then to ash. The pyre's consumed, and from the ashy bed, a little phoenix pushes up its head. What other creature can, throughout the earth, after death takes him, to himself give birth? If you were given all the phoenix years, still you would have to die when death appears. For years he sings in solitary pain, and must companionless, unmated, reign. No children cheer his age and at his death, his ashes scattered by the wind's cold breath. Now understand that none, however sly, can slip past death's sharp claws, we all must die. None is immortal in the world's vast length. This wonder shows no creature has the strength to keep death's ruthless vehemence in check. But we must soften his imperious neck. Though many tasks will fall to us, this task remains the hardest that the way will ask. A viceroy at the point of death. A viceroy lingered close to death. One said, "You are in sight of secrets all men dread. What do you feel?" "There's nothing I can say," the man replied, "except that every day I lived was wasted on what's trivial. And now I shall be dust, and that is all. To seek death is death's only cure. The leaf grows hectic and must fall. Our life is brief. No, we are born to die. The soul moves on. The heart is pledged and hastens to be gone." King Solomon, whose seal subdued all lands, is dust compounded with the desert sands. and tyrants whose decrees spelt bloody doom. Decay to nothing in the narrow tomb. How many sleep beneath the ground, and sleep like theirs is bitter, turbulent and deep. Look hard at death, in our long pilgrimage. The grave itself is but the first grim stage. How your sweet life would change if you could guess the taste of death's unequaled bitterness. A bird complains of his bad luck. Another bird said, "Hoopoo, it's no good. Things never happen as I'd hoped they would. I've spent my time in misery since birth. The most unlucky wretch in all the earth. My heart knows so much torment that it seems each atom of my body raves and screams. My life has trodden out a hopeless way. God damn me if I've had one happy day. These sorrows lock me in myself. How can I undertake this journey which you plan? If I were happy I would gladly start. What stops me is this sorrow in my heart. What can I do? Look, I appeal to you. I've told you everything. What can I do?" The hoopoo answers him. The hoopoo said, "How arrogant you are. To think your wretched self so singular. The disappointments of this world will die in less time than the blinking of an eye. And as the earth must pass, pass by the earth. Don't even glance at it, know what it's worth. What empty foolishness it is to care. For what must one day be dispersed to air? The man who refused to drink. There was a man advanced along the way, who always, to his puzzled friends' dismay, refused to drink sweet sherbet. Why is this? One asked. What could explain this prejudice? He said, I see a man who stands on guard, and notes who drinks, his eyes are cold and hard. And if I drank, the sweetest sherbet would, I know, act like a poison in my blood. While he stands here the contents of the bowl are liquid fire to sear the drinker's soul. Whatever lasts a moment's only worth one barley grain, though it were all the earth. How can I trust what has no rooted power, and holds existence for a transient hour? If you achieve your every wish, why boast of glory insubstantial as a ghost? If disappointments darken all your days, you need not grieve, for nothing worldly stays. It is your passion for magnificence that prompts your tears, not fancied indigence. What is your grief compared with all the pain God's martyrs suffered on Kerbela's plain? In his clear sight the hardships you endure show like a treasure, glittering and pure. Each breath you breathe his kindness reaches you, and untold love envelops all you do. But you forget his grace, and negligence makes friendship look like meaningless pretense. The king who gave his slave an apple, a good kind-hearted monarch one day gave a rosy apple to his favorite slave, who seemed to eat the fruit with such delight. The laughing king said, Here, give me a bite. The slave returned him half, but when the king bit into it, it seemed a paltry thing, unripe and tart. Frowning he said, And how is what appeared so sweet so bitter now? The slave replied, My lord, you've given me such proofs of constant generosity, I could not find it in my grateful heart to grumble just because one apple's tart. I must accept whatever you bestow. No harm can come to me from you, I know. If you meet tribulations here, be sure that wealth will come from all you must endure. The paths of God are intricate and strange. What can you do? Accept what will not change. The wise know every mouthful on this way tastes bitter with their blood, until that day, when as his guests they break their bread, they must consume in suffering each broken crust. One asked a Sufi how he spent his time. He said, I'm thirsty, filthy, smeared with grime. Burnt in this stove men call the world, but I shall keep my courage up until I die. If in this world you seek for happiness, you are asleep, your search is meaningless. If you seek happiness you would do well to think of that thin bridge arched over hell. The world's apparent joy cannot compare with what we seek. It isn't worth a hair. Here the self rages like an unquenched fire, and nothing satisfies the heart's desire. Encompass all the earth. You will not find one happy heart or one contented mind. A woman who wished to pray for happiness. An old, sad woman talked to Manaz Sheikh. Teach me to pray for joy, for pity's sake. I've suffered so much that I cannot bear to think of future grief. Give me some prayer to murmur every day. The sheikh replied, how many years I wandered far and wide until I found the fortress that you seek. It is the knee. Bend it, accept, be meek. I found no other way. This remedy, and only this, will cure your misery. One sat before Junaid. You are God's prey, he said, yet you are free in every way. Tell me, when does a man know happiness? When does his heart rejoice? I cannot guess. Junaid replied, that hour he finds the heart. Unless we reach our king we must depart, with all our courage wasted, into night. We atoms are amazed, and lack the light of the immortal sun. What circumstance, what suffering, could cleanse our ignorance? An atom looked at from which way you will remains unalterably an atom still. And one who has an atom's nature shows that stubborn fact, no matter how he grows. If he were lost within the blazing sun, he'd stay an atom till his life were done, and, good or bad, no matter how he strains. A tiny atom is what he remains. Oh atom, weaving like a drunk until you reach the sun, unsettled, never still. My patience knows that one day you will see, beside the sun, your insufficiency. The bat who wanted to see the sun. One night a bat said, how is it that I have never seen the sun? I wonder why? I long to lose myself ink's pure light. Instead my wretched life is one long night. But though I travel with my eyes shut fast, I know I'll reach that promised blaze at last. A seer had overheard and said, what pride! 1,000 years might bring you to its side. You are bewildered, lost you could as soon attain the sun as could an ant the moon. The unpersuaded bat said, never mind. I'll fly about and see what I can find. For years he flew in dismal ignorance, till he collapsed in an exhausted trance, and murmured as he tried in vain to fly, where is the sun? Perhaps I've passed it by? The seer was there and said, you've managed one short step, and yet you think you've passed the sun. You live in dreams. Shame crushed the bat, he felt. The last thin remnants of his courage melt. Humble and wretched, he sought out the way. He understands, he said, I will obey. A bird accepts the hoopoe's leadership. Another bird said, Hoopoe, you're our guide. How would it be if I let you decide? I'm ignorant of right and wrong. I'll wait for any orders that you stipulate. Whatever you command I'll gladly do. Delighted to submit myself to you. Bravo, the hoopoe cried. By far the best decision is the one that you suggest. Whoever will be guided finds relief from fate's adversity, from inward grief. 1 hour of guidance benefits you more than all your mortal life, however pure. Those who will not submit like lost dogs stray, beset by misery, and lose their way. How much a dog endures, and all in vain. Without a guide his pain is simply pain. But one who suffers and is guided gives his merit to the world, he truly lives. Take refuge in the orders of your guide, and like a slave subdue your restive pride. The king who stopped at the prison gates. A king returned once to his capital. His subjects had prepared a festival, and each to show his homage to the crown, had helped to decorate the glittering town. The prisoners had no wealth but iron gyves, chains, severed heads, racked limbs and ruined lives. With such horrific ornaments they made a sight to greet their monarch's cavalcade. The king rode through the town and saw the way. His subjects solemnized the happy day. But nothing stopped the progress of his train. Till he approached the prison and drew rein. There he dismounted and had each man told that he was free and would be paid in gold. A courtier asked the king, "What does this mean?" Lines 2490-2508. To think of all the pageantry you've seen. Brocade and satin shining everywhere. Musk and sweet ambergris to scent the air. Jewels scattered by the handful on the ground. And not so much as once did you look round. Yet here you stop, before the prison gate. Are severed heads a way to celebrate? What is there here to give you such delight? Torn limbs and carcasses? A grisly sight. And why did you dismount? Should you sit down? With all the thieves and murderers in town? The king replied, "The others make a noise. Like rowdy children playing with new toys. Each takes his part in some festivity. Careful to please himself as much as me. They do their duty and are quite content. But here in prison more than duty's meant. My word is law here, and they've plainly shown. This spectacle was made for me alone. I see obedience here, need I explain? Why it is here I'm happy to draw rein. The others celebrate in pompous pride. Conceited, giddy and self-satisfied. But these poor captives sacrifice their will. And bow to my commands through good and ill. They have no business but to spend each breath in expectation of the noose and death. Yet they submit, and to my grateful eyes, their prison is a flower-strewn paradise. Wisdom accepts authority and waits. The king paused only at the prison gates. A Sufi who surpassed Bayezid and Tarmezi. A master of the way once said, "Last night, I saw a strange, unprecedented sight. I dreamt that Bayezid and Tarmezi were walking, and they both gave way to me. I was their guide. I sought to understand how two such sheikhs were under my command. And then remembered that one distant dawn, a sigh was from my very entrails torn. That sigh had cleared the way, a massive gate swung open, and I entered the debate of sheikhs and dervishes. All questioned me. But Bayezid, who was content to see that I was there, he uttered no request, but said, I heard the sigh that tore your breast, and knew I must accept you as you are. Not seek for this or that particular. Embrace the soul and disregard the pain. Or weigh up what is loss and what is gain. Your wish is my command, for who am I to question those commands or to reply? Your faithful slave cannot demur or tire. I will perform whatever you desire. This shows why Bayezid and Tarmezi, though they are great, gave precedence to me. When once a slave accepts his lord's control, and hears him whisper in his inmost soul, he does not boast, no outward signs are shown. But when life's crises come, then he is known. The death of Sheikh Kergan. When Sheikh Kergan lay near to death, he cried, if men could split my heart and see inside, they'd tell the world my misery and pain. A wise man's secret doctrine would be plain. Forsake idolatry, if you do this. You are his slave, and cannot go amiss. All else is pride, if you are neither slave, nor God your substance less, however brave. I call you, no one, turn now, no one, seek devotion's path, be humbled, lowly, meek. But when you go the head in slavery, Be resolute, bow down with dignity. The king who sees a cringing, stupid slave who has no notion how he should behave expels him from his court, and Mecca's shrine is closed to louts and fools. If you combine true servitude with dignity, your Lord will not deny you your desired reward. The slave who is given a splendid robe. A slave was given, from his sovereign's hand, a splendid robe, and feeling very grand, he put it on to wander through the town. By chance, as he paraded up and down, some mud splashed in his face, and with his sleeve, he quickly wiped it off. Who should perceive his action but a sneaking sycophant? The king was told and hanged the miscreant. From this unhappy story you can see how kings treat those who have no dignity. A bird questions the hoopoe about purity. Another bird spoke next. Dear hoopoe, say, what purity consists of on this way? It seems a settled heart's forbidden me. All that I gain I lose immediately. It's either scattered to the winds or turns to scorpions in my hands. My being yearns for this great quest. I'm bound to nothing here. I smashed all worldly chains and knew no fear. With purity of heart, who knows, I might behold his face with my unaided sight. The hoopoe answers him. The hoopoe said, our way does not belong to anyone, but to the pure and strong. To those who let go every interest, and give themselves entirely to our quest. All your possessions are not worth a hair. Don't mend what's torn, what's sewn together tear. Consign them to the fire, and when its flash has burnt them, rake together all the ash, and sit on it, then you will know their worth. But you will curse the day that gave you birth, if you ignore my words, until your heart is free of ownership you cannot start, since we must leave this prison and its pains. Detach yourself from all that it contains. Will what you own bribe death? Will death delay? If you would enter on the pilgrim's way, tie up your grasping hands. All you endure is valueless if you set out impure. A sheikh of Turkestan once said, above all other things there are just two I love. My swiftly trotting piebald horse is one. The second is none other than my son. If death should take my son I'd sacrifice my horse in thanks. I know these two entice, as idols would, my spirit from the way. Don't brag of purity until the day you flare as candles do whose substance turns to nothing as the flame leaps up and burns. Whoever boasts a pure, unsullied name will find his actions contradict his claim. When purity gives way to greed, the power of retribution strikes within the hour. Sheikh Kargani and the Aubergine. One day Sheikh Kargani's devout routine was spoilt by cravings for an aubergine. His mother was unsure what should be done, but hesitantly gave him half a one. The moment that he bit its flesh, a crew of ruffians seized his son and ran him through. That night, outside the sheikh's front door they laid his boy's head hacked off by a cutlass blade. The sheikh cried out, how often I'd foreseen disaster if I tasted aubergine. The man who has been chosen by this guide must follow him and never swerve aside. His service is more terrible than shame that cringes to a conqueror. It is not knowledge keeps a man secure. With all his understanding, fate is sure. Each moment we receive a different guest, and each that comes presents another test. Although 100 sorrows wring your soul, the future will not bow to your control. But one who breaks illusion's hold will find misfortune will not always cloud his mind. 100,000 of his lovers sigh to sacrifice themselves for him and die. How many waste their idle lives until they bleed and groan, subservient to his will? A voice speaks to Zulnoon. Zulnoon said, I was in the desert once. Trusting in God, I'd brought no sustenance. I came on 40 men ahead of me, dressed all in rags, a closed community. My heart was moved. Oh God, I cried, take heed. What wretched lives you make your pilgrims lead. We know their life and death, a voice replied. We kill these pilgrims first, when they have died. We compensate them for the blood we shed. I asked, when will this killing stop? He said, when my exchequer has no love to give. While I can pay for death, they shall not live. I drink my servant's blood and he is hurled in frenzied turbulence about the world. Then when he is destroyed and cannot find his head, his feet, his passions or his mind, I clothe him in the splendor he has won, and grace enfolds him, radiant as the sun. Though I will have his face bedaubed by blood, a starved ascetic smeared with dust and mud, a denizen of shadows and the night, yet I will rise before him robed in light. And when that sun, my countenance, is here, what can these shadows do but disappear? Shadows are swallowed by the sun, and he who's lost in God is from himself set free. Don't chatter about loss, be lost, repent, and give up vain, self-centered argument. If one can lose the self, in all the earth, no other being can approach his worth. I know of no one in the world profound as Pharaoh's sorcerers. The wealth they found was faith's true way, which is to sift apart the grosser self from the aspiring heart. The world's known nothing of them since that day. They took this first short step along the way, and in the world no wisdom could provide a surer path than this, a better guide. Lines 2599-2612. A bird who burns with aspiration. Oh Hupu, cried another of the birds. What lofty ardor blazes from your words? Although I seem despondent, weak and lame, I burn with aspiration's noble flame. And though I'm not obedient, I feel my soul devoured by an insatiate zeal. The Hupu answers him. The Hupu said, this strange, magnetic force that holds God's ancient lovers to their course still shows the truth. If you will but aspire, you will attain to all that you desire. Before an atom of such need, the sun seems dim and murky by comparison. It is life's strength, the wings by which we fly beyond the further reaches of the sky. The poverty of Ibrahim Adam. I know of one who whined unceasingly, complaining of his abject poverty, till Ibrahim Adam said, do you weep because you bought your poverty too cheap? The man replied, what's that supposed to mean? To purchase poverty would be obscene. He said, I gave a kingdom up for mine, but for the earthly realm which I resign, I still receive, each moment that I live, 100 worlds. My realm was fugitive. I said farewell to it, to all the earth, and put my trust in goods of proven worth. I know what value is, I praise his name. And you know neither, to your lasting shame. Those who aspire renounce both heart and soul, content through years to suffer for their goal. The bird of aspiration seeks his throne, outsoaring faith in all the world, alone. But if you lack this seal, be off with you, you're quite unfit for all we have to do. The feathers of the soul. One night a fool of God wept bitterly and said, the world, as far as I can see, is like a box, and we are locked inside, lost in the darkness of our sin and pride. When death removes the lid, we fly away. If we have feathers, to eternal day. But those who have no feathers must stay here. tormented in this box by pain and fear. Give wings to aspiration, love the mind. And if at death you'd leave this box behind, grow wings and feathers for the soul. If not, burn all your hopes, for you will die and rot. A bird questions the hoopoe about justice and loyalty. Another bird said, "What are loyalty and justice, put beside such majesty? God gave me boundless loyalty and I've not been unjust to any man alive. What is the ghostly rank of those who own such qualities before our sovereign's throne?" The hoopoe answers him. The hoopoe said, "Salvation's Lord is just, and justice raises man above the dust. To live with justice in your heart exceeds a lifetime's earnest prayer and pious deeds, and tales of lavish generosity are less than one just act done secretly, though justice given in a public place suggests deceit beneath the smiling face. The just man does not argue for his rights, it is for others that he stands and fights." Ahmad Hanbal and the Beggar. Ahmad Hanbal, a man renowned and wise, whose knowledge no one dared to criticize, would when he felt his mind inadequate consult a barefoot beggar at his gate. If anyone discovered him they'd say, "But you're our wisest man in every way. When one of us is called upon to speak, you scarcely hear our words, yet here you seek." A barefoot beggar out, what can it mean? Ahmad Hanbal replied, "As you have seen, my commentaries have carried off the prize. In matters of hadith asterisk and law I'm wise. I know more worldly things than him, it's true. But he knows God, much more than I can do. Look at this action well before you claim a justice that does not deserve the name." An Indian king. As Mahmud's army moved through India, they chanced to take an old king prisoner, who learnt the Muslim faith at Mahmud's court, and counted this world and the next as naught. Alone, a hermit in a ragged tent, he lived for prayer, an earnest penitent. His face bathed day and night in scalding tears. At last the news of this reached Mahmud's ears. He summoned him and said, "I'll give to you 100 kingdoms and their revenue. It's not for you to weep, you are a king. I promise to return you everything." To this the Indian king replied, "My lord, it's not my kingdom conquered by your sword that makes me weep, but thoughts of judgment day. For at the resurrection God will say, 'O faithless wretch, you had no thoughts of me, till you were crushed by Mahmud's cavalry. It took an army's might to change your mind. Until you stood defenseless you were blind. Does this make you my friend or enemy? How long did I treat you with loyalty, and in return endure than me hate? Is this the friendship that you advocate?" If God says this, what answer can I give to contradict the damning narrative? Young man, if you could understand my fears, you'd know the reason for an old man's tears. Learn from these faithful words, and if your heart holds faith like this, prepare now to depart. But if your heart is faithless, give up now. Forget our struggle and renounce your vow. The faithless have no place on any page within the volume of our pilgrimage. The faithless Moslem and the faithful infidel. A Moslem fought an infidel one day, and as they fought requested time to pray. He prayed and fought again, the infidel then asked for time to say his prayers as well. He went aside to find a cleaner place, and there before his idol bowed his face. The Moslem, when he saw him kneel and bow, said, "Victory is mine if I strike now." But as he raised his sword for that last stroke, a warning voice from highest heaven spoke. "O vicious wretch, from head to foot deceit. What promises are these, you faithless cheat? His blade was sheathed when you asked him for time. For you to strike him now would be a crime. Have you not read in our Quran the verse, fulfill your promises? And will you curse the word you gave? The infidel was true. He kept his promises, and so should you. You offer evil in return for good. Lines 2699-2715. With others act as to yourself you would. The infidel kept faith with you, and where is your fidelity, for all your prayer? You are a Muslim, but false piety is less than this poor pagan's loyalty. The Moslem heard this speech and went apart. Sweat poured from him, remorse accused his heart. The pagan saw him as if spellbound stand, tears in his eyes, his sword still in his hand, and asked, "Why do you weep?" The man replied, "My shame is not a matter I can hide." He told him of the voice that he had heard, reproaching him when he would break his word, and ending said, "My tears anticipate the fury of your vengeance and your hate." But when the infidel had heard this tale, his eyes were filled with tears, his face turned pale. God censures you for your disloyalty, and guards the life of his sworn enemy. Can I continue to be faithless now? I'll burn my gods, to Allah I will bow. Expound his law, too long my heart has lain in darkness bound by superstition's chain. What infidelity you give for love! But I shall wait until the heavens above confront you with the actions you have done, and number them before you, one by one. Joseph and his brothers. 10 starving brothers left their home to stand in Joseph's presence, in a foreign land, and begged for some benevolent relief, to ease the torments of their wretched grief. Now Joseph's face was veiled. He took a bowl, and struck it hard, a sound as if a soul cried out in misery was heard. He said, "Do you know what this means?" Each shook his head. "Lord, no one in the world, search far and wide, could give this noise a meaning," they replied. Then Joseph said, "It speaks to you. It says, you had a brother once, in former days, more precious than this bowl. He bore the name of Joseph, and it says that, to your shame, his goodness overshadowed all of you. Once more he struck the bowl. It says you threw this Joseph in a well, then stained his cloak with wolf's blood, and it says the smeared rags broke poor Jacob's heart. He touched the bowl again. It says you brought your father needless pain, and sold the lovely Joseph. Is this true? May God bestow remorse to chasten you." These brothers who had come to beg for bread stood speechless, faint with apprehensive dread. When they gave Joseph for the merchant's gold, it was themselves, and all the world, they sold. And when they threw their brother in that well, they threw themselves in the abyss of hell. Whoever hears these words and cannot find how they apply to him is truly blind. There is no need to scrutinize my tale. It is your own, when thoughtlessly you fail to render loyalty its proper due. How can the light of friendship shine for you? But, till you're woken, sleep. Too soon you'll see your shameful crimes, your infidelity, and when you stand a prisoner in that place they'll count them one by one before your face. There, when the bowl is struck, you too will find that fear dissolves your reason and your mind. You're like a lame ant struggling for its soul, aimlessly sliding, caught inside this bowl. Blood fills it, but a voice beyond its rim still calls to you. Rise now, and fly to him. A bird questions the hoopoe about audacity. Another bird said, "Is audacity allowable before such majesty?" One needs audacity to conquer fear. But is it right in his exalted sphere? The hoopoe answers him. The hoopoe said, those who are worthy reach a subtle understanding none can teach. They guard the secrets of our glorious King, and therefore are not kept from anything. But how could one who knows such secrets be convicted of the least audacity? Since he is filled with reverence to the brim, a breath of boldness is permitted him. The ignorant, it's true, can never share the secrets of our King. If one should dare to ape the ways of the initiate, what does he do but blindly imitate? He's like some soldier who kicks up a din and spoils the ranks with his indiscipline. But think of some new pilgrim, some young boy, whose boldness comes from mere excess of joy. He has no certain knowledge of the way, and what seems rudeness is but loving play. He's like a madman, loves audacity. We'll have him walking on the restless sea. Such ways are laudable, we should admire this love that turns him to a blazing fire. One can't expect discretion from a flame, and madmen are beyond reproach or blame. When madness chooses you to be its prey, we'll hear what crazy things you have to say. It's not for you to take their words amiss. If they seem drunk to you, control your scorn. Their lives are painful, savage, and forlorn. They must endure a lifetime's hopelessness, and every moment brings some new distress. Don't meddle with their conduct, don't reprove those given up to madness and to love. You would excuse them, nothing is more sure. If you could share the darkness they endure. A bird claims that he lives only for the Simorg. Another bird spoke up. I live for love. For him and for the glorious world above. For him I've cut myself from everything. My life's one song of love to our great King. I've seen the world's inhabitants, and know I could not worship any here below. My ardent love's for him alone. How few can manage to adore him as I do. But though I've struggled on with all my soul, it seems I haven't quite achieved our goal. The time has come, my self will disappear. I'll drink the wine of meekness and draw near. His beauty will illuminate my heart. His neck will know my touch, we shall not part. The hoopoe answers him. The hoopoe said, the Simorg isn't won by boasts of who you are and what you've done. Don't brag of love, he's not deceived by lies, and no one pulls the wool across his eyes. His call is like some lightly wafted breeze, lifting the veil from hidden mysteries. Then he will draw you to himself, alone. Your place will be with him, beside his throne. Though if mere pride of place prompts your desire, your love prepares you for eternal fire. Bayezid after death. When Bayezid had left the world behind, he came that night before the dreaming mind of one of his disciples, who in fear asked how he'd fared with Munkar and Nakir. He said, when those two angels questioned me about the Lord, I told them I could see no profit in our talk, if I should say, he is my God, my answer would betray a proud, ambitious heart. They should return to God and ask him what they wish to learn. God says who is his slave, the slave is dumb, waiting for him to say, good servant, come. If grace is given you from God above, then you are wholly worthy of his love. And if he kindles joy in you, the fire will burst out and its flames beat ever higher. It is his works that act, not yours, you fool. When will these dunces understand his rule? A dervish in love with God. A dervish wept to feel the violence of the inextinguishable fires of love. His spirit melted, and his soul became a seething mass of incandescent flame. He wept as he proceeded on his way. And through his scalding tears was heard to say, "For how much longer must I weep? Desire has burnt my life in its consuming fire. What's all this boasting for?" A voice replied, "Can you approach him with such senseless pride?" "And when did I approach him?" asked the saint. "No, he approaches me. That's my complaint. How could a wretched thing like me pretend to have the worth to claim him as my friends? Look, I do nothing, he performs all deeds. And he endures the pain when my heart bleeds. When he draws near and grants you audience, should you hang back in tongue-tied diffidence? When will your cautious heart consent to go beyond the homely boundaries you know? O slave, if he should show his love to you, love which his deeds perpetually renew, you will be nothing, you will disappear. Leave all to him who acts, and have no fear. If there is any, you, if any wraith of self persists, you've strayed outside our faith. Shah Mahmud and the stoker at the public baths. Shah Mahmud, full of sorrow, went one night to one who keeps the bath's huge fires alight. The man made room among the ash and grime, feeding the furnace mouth from time to time. Then brought the king some stale, unwholesome bread. When he knows who I am, Shah Mahmud said, he'll beg to be allowed to keep his head. When, finally, the king prepared to go, the poor man said, I haven't much to show. You've seen my home and food, I brought the best. You were a rather unexpected guest. But if in future you feel sorrow's pain, I hope you'll come and be my guest again. If you weren't king you could be happy, sire. I'm happy shoveling wood on this great fire. So I'm not less than you or more, you see. I'm nothing next to you, your majesty. The king was so impressed that he returned, and 7 times saw how that furnace burned. At last he said, stop stoking this great fire, and ask from me whatever you require. I am a beggar, lord, the man replied. And with a king all needs are satisfied. Shah Mahmud said, speak up, ask anything. You can forget the furnace and be king. He said, my hope is this, that now and then my king will visit me in this dark den. The dust he treads on is a crown to me. His presence here will be my monarchy. Yours is the kingdom and the hand that gives. But that's not how a bath attendant lives. Better to sit with you in this foul place than reign in state and never see your face. This spot has brought me luck, and I'd be wrong to leave the furnace mouth where I belong. Besides, it's here I made friends with my king. I wouldn't give this up for anything. When you are here the bathhouse shines anew. What more could I desire from you than you? May my perverse heart die if it should crave another fate than to remain your slave. What sovereignty to me, all I request is that from time to time you'll be my guest. The bath attendant's love should teach you yours. Learn from him all the loving heart endures. And if this love has stirred in you, then cling with passion to the garments of your king. He too is moved. Hold fast and do not stop. He is a sea, he asks of you 1 drop. 2 water sellers. A man who lived by selling water found he'd very little left. He looked around and saw another water seller there. Have you got any water you could spare? He asked. No, fool, I certainly have not. The other snapped. Make do with what you've got. Oh, give me some, the man began to plead. I'm sick of what I have, it's yours I need. When Adam's heart grew tired of all he knew, he yearned for wheat, a substance strange and new. He gave up all he owned for 1 small grain, and naked suffered love's relentless pain. He disappeared in love's intensity. The old and new were gone and so was he. He was annihilated, lost, made not. Nothingness swallowed all his hands had sought. To turn from what we are, to yearn and die, is not for us to choose or to deny. A bird who claims to be satisfied with his spiritual state. Another bird squawked, there can be no doubt. I've made myself unworldly and devout. To reach this wise perfection which you see. I've lived a life of cruel austerity. And as I've gained the sum of wisdom here. I really couldn't move, I hope that's clear. What fool would leave his treasury to roam? In deserts and dry mountains far from home? The hoopoe answers him. The hoopoe said, hell's pride has filled your soul. Lost in self-love, you dread our distant goal. Your arrogance deceives you, and you stray further and further from the Spirit's way. Your self has trapped your soul and made it blind. The devil's throne is your complacent mind. The light that guides you is a fantasy. Your love a self-induced absurdity. All your austerities are just a cheat. And all you say is nothing but deceit. Don't trust the light which shows you where you go. Your own self sheds this dim, misleading glow. It has no sword, but such an enemy will threaten any man's security. If it's your self's light which the road reveals, it's like the scorpion's sting which parsley heals. Don't be deceived by this false glow, but run. And be an atom since you're not the sun. Don't grieve because the way is dark as night. Or strive to emulate the sun's pure light. Whilst you are locked within yourself your cares are worthless as your worthless cries and prayers. If you would soar beyond the circling sky, first free yourself from thoughts of me and I. If any thought of selfhood stains your mind, an empty void is all the self will find. If any taste of selfhood stays with you, then you are damned whatever you may do. If selfhood beckons you for but one breath, a rain of arrows will decide your death. While you exist endure the spirit's pain. 100 times bow down, then bow again. But if you cling to selfhood and its crimes, your neck will feel fate's yoke 100 times. How Sheikh Abu Bakr's self-satisfaction was reproved. Sheikh Abu Bakr of Nishapur one day led his disciples through a weary way. His donkey carried him, aloof, apart. And then the beast let out a monstrous fart. The sheikh began to tear his clothes and cry, till one of his disciples asked him why. The sheikh said, when I looked I saw a sea of my disciples sworn to follow me. They filled the roads and in my mind there slid the thought, by God, I equal Bayezid. So many praise me, can I doubt this sign? That heaven's boundless glories will be mine? Then as I triumphed in my inmost heart, my donkey answered me, and with a fart, my pompous, self-deceiving soul awoke. And this is why I weep and tear my cloak. How far away the truth remains while you are lost in praise for all you say and do. Destroy your arrogance, and feed the fire. With that vain self you foolishly admire. You change your face each moment, but deep down, you are a pharaoh and you wear his crown. Whilst one small atom of this, you, survives. Hypocrisy enjoys 100 lives. If you put all your trust in, I, and, me, you've chosen both worlds as your enemy. But if you kill the self, the darkest night will be illuminated with your light. If you would flee from evil and its pain, swear never to repeat this, I, again. The devil's secret. God said to Moses once, go out and find the secret truth that haunts the devil's mind. When Moses met the devil that same day he asked for his advice and heard him say, remember this, repeat it constantly, don't speak of me, or you will be like me. If life still holds you by a single hair, the end of all your toil will be despair. No matter how you prosper, there will rise before your face 100 smirking eyes. A saint once said, the novice ought to see a door that opens on obscurity. Then seas of love will inundate his mind, and he will leave our earthly life behind. If he sees anything but darkness there, he is deceived and worships empty air. Though others see them, you have not the art to recognize the passions in your heart. There is a den in you where dragons thrive. Your folly keeps the prowling beasts alive. By day and night you watch them sleep and eat, and cosset them, and toss them blood-soaked meat. From dust and blood your earthly being grew. Is it not strange that both should be taboo? That blood, which flows within your every vein, is an impurity, an unclean stain? What you most love defiles, and deep within the chambers of your heart hide guilt and sin. If you have seen this filth, why do you sit, smiling as if you'd never heard of it? The anchorite who loved his beard. In Moses' time there lived an anchorite, who prayed incessantly by day and night, and yet derived no pleasure from his quest. No sun had risen in his troubled breast. He had a beard, of which he took great care, loving to comb it hair by silky hair. It happened that this pious man one day caught sight of Moses walking far away. He ran to him and cried, Mount Sinai's Lord, ask God why he denies me my reward. When next on Sinai's slopes good Moses trod, he put this poor man's question to his God, who answered, Tell this would-be saint that he pays more attention to his beard than me. When Moses told the man of God's reply, he tore his beard out with a piteous cry. Then Gabriel appeared to them and said, Concern for that gray beard still fills his head. He loved it then, and now he pulls it out. His wretched love is even more devout. Whatever stage you've reached, to spend one breath unmindful of your God is worse than death. And what of you, still wrapped up in your beard, for whom grief's ocean has not yet appeared? Forget this beard and you will understand how you can swim across and gain dry land. But keep it as you enter that profound ungoverned sea, and with it you'll be drowned. A Sufi washing his clothes. Once, as a Sufi washed his clothes, a cloud filled all the heavens like a darkening shroud. But though the world seemed plunged in deepest night, the Sufi's clothes shone clean and strangely bright. He'd been about to find a grocer's stall to buy some soap. I don't need soap at all, he told himself, and then he said aloud, I'll buy some raisins, thanks to you, oh cloud. You do far more than grocer's powders could. I've washed my hands of earthly soap. A bird asks for help and advice. Another bird spoke next. Dear Hoopoe, say what will sustain my heart along the way. To travel as I should I need your aid. If you can help me I'll be less afraid. To make me start this quest, then persevere, I must be told how I can conquer fear. I spurn the crowd's advice, I'm quite alone, and haven't any wisdom of my own. The Hoopoe answers him. The Hoopoe said, Trust him, and while you live, avoid whoever seems too talkative. With him you will rejoice, when he is there. The saddest soul is freed from every care. There is no sorrow he cannot console. On him depends the sky's revolving bowl. Let his joy teach you yours, as planets move within the orbit of sustaining love. What is his equal? Say that nothing is. Then happiness is yours, and you are his. A dervish in ecstasy. A frenzied dervish, mad with love for God, sought out bare hills where none had ever trod. Wild leopards kept this madman company. His heart was plunged in restless ecstasy. He lived within this state for 20 days, dancing and singing in exultant praise. There's no division. We two are alone. The world is happiness and grief has flown. Die to yourself, no longer stay apart, but give to him who asks for it your heart. The man whose happiness derives from him escapes existence, and the world grows dim. Rejoice forever in the friend, rejoice. Till you are nothing, but a praising voice. For 70 years my happy heart has led a life of constant bliss, a Sufi said. My God has been so good to me that I am bound to him until the day I die. You seek for faults to censure and suppress, and have no time for inward happiness. How can you know God's secret majesty? If you look out for sin incessantly, to share his hidden glory you must learn that others' errors are not your concern. When someone else's failings are dent, what hairs you split, but to your own you're blind. Grace comes to those, no matter how they've strayed, who know their own sin's strength, and are afraid. A drunkard accuses a drunkard. A sot became extremely drunk, his legs and head sank listless, weighed by wine's thick dregs. A sober neighbor put him in a sack, and took him homewards hoisted on his back. Another drunk went stumbling by the first, who woke and stuck his head outside and cursed. Hey, you lousy dipsomaniac, he yelled as he was borne off in the sack. If you'd had fewer drinks, just 2 or 3, you would be walking now as well as me. He saw the other's state but not his own. And in this blindness he is not alone. You cannot love, and this is why you seek to find men vicious, or depraved, or weak. If you could search for love and persevere, the sins of other men would disappear. The lover who saw a blemish in his beloved's eye, a lion-hearted hero met defeat. 5 years he loved, and slavery was sweet. The girl for whom he was content to sigh had one small blemish lurking in her eye, and though, as often as she would permit, he gazed at her he never noticed it. How could a man possessed by frenzy see this unimportant, faint deformity? Then imperceptibly love ceased to reign. A balm was found to ease his aching pain. The girl in all her blandishments became a matter of indifference. And now the blemish in her eye was clear. He asked her, "What appear?" She answered, "As your love began to die, this speck was brought to being in my eye." Quote, how long will others' faults distract your mind? Your own accuse you, but your heart is blind. Your sins are heavy, and while they are there, another's guilt is none of your affair. A bird wonders what gift he should ask for from the Samorg. Another bird said, "Leader of my soul, What shall I ask for if I reach our goal? His light will fill the world, but I'm not sure what special gift I should be looking for. I'll ask him for whatever you suggest. The hoopoe answers him. The hoopoe said, Poor fool, make one request. Seek only him, of all things he is best. If you're aware of him, in all the earth. What could you wish for of a greater worth? Whoever joins him in that secret place is step by step admitted to his grace. No bride could turn aside the penitent, who knows the fragrance of his threshold scent. The death of Beau Ali Raudbar. When Beau Ali Raudbar drew near to death, he said, Impatience hastens my last breath. I see the gates of heaven part and rise. A throne of glory shines before my eyes. Angelic voices fill the glistening dome. Like nightingales they call my ardor home. Rejoice, they sing, no man has ever known this radiant splendor which is yours alone. Though I believe in this refulgent state, it's not for this my soul and spirit wait. They murmur to me, What is this to you? Was it for this you bid the world adieu? I cannot share the cravings of that tribe, who sneak and bow and snatch each petty bribe. Infuse my soul with your sustaining love, and I know neither hell nor heaven above. I know but you, no faith or blasphemy could make me swerve from my fidelity. I love but you, to you I must resign my thirsting soul and take your soul for mine. Both worlds for me are you are my creed. I recognize no other hope or need. A hair's breadth lies between us now, remove this last impediment to perfect love. And if my wayward soul attempts to stir our mingled whispers will admonish her. God said to David, Tell my servant's prayer should be creation's all-consuming care. Though hell were not his fear nor heaven his goal, the Lord should wholly occupy man's soul. But if the sun did not light up the day, they would not think of me, nor ever pray. Their prayers know nothing of love's selfless pain. Not love inspires them, but mere lust for gain. True prayer seeks God alone, its motives start deep in the center of a contrite heart. Tell them to turn from all that is not me, to worship none but God continuously, to heap together all the world can show, to break it piece by piece and blow by blow, to bump these fragments in one vivid flash, and scatter on the winds the swirling ash. When they have done this they will understand the ash they grasped for with each greedy hand. If it is paradise for which you pray, you can be sure that you have lost your way. A story of Mahmud and Ayaz. Shah Mahmud called Ayaz to him and gave his crown and throne to this bewitching slave, then said, You are the sovereign of these lands. I place my mighty army in your hands. I wish for you unrivaled majesty, that you enslave the very sky and sea. But when the soldiers heard of this, their eyes grew black with envy they could not disguise. What emperor in all the world, they said, has heaped such honors on a servile head? Though even as they murmured Ayaz wept. Lines 3074-3106. That what the king decreed he must accept. The courtiers said to him, You are insane to change from slave to king and then complain. But Ayaz answered them, "Oh, rather say, my king desires me to be far away, to lead the army and be occupied in almost any place but by his side. What he commands I'll do, but in my heart we shall not for one instant live apart. And what have I to do with majesty? To see my king is realm enough for me. If you would be a pilgrim of the truth, learn how to worship from this lovely youth. Day follows night, you argue and protest, and cannot pass the first stage of our quest. Each night you chatter as the hours pass by, and send Orion down the dawning sky. And still you linger, though another day has broken, you're no further on your way. From highest heaven they came to welcome you, and you made lame excuses and withdrew. Alas! You're not the man for this. Your thoughts see hell's despair and heaven's wondrous courts. Forget these too, and glory's radiant light will stage by stage emerge from darkest night. The pilgrim does not long for paradise. Keep back your heart, he only will suffice." Rabea's Prayer. This was the common hymn of Rabea. "O God, who knows all secrets," she would pray, "may fortune favor all my enemies, and may my friends taste heaven's ecstasies. It is not this world or the next I crave, but, for one moment, to be called your slave. With passion I embrace this poverty. Such endless blessings flow from you to me. If I desire this world or shrink from hell, I am no better than an infidel. A man has everything who knows his Lord. The world and all its 7 seas afford all that the universe has ever shown. Can find its match but God, who is alone. And only He, wherever you may seek, is absolute, abiding, and unique." God counseled David, "There is nothing here, of good or bad, unseen or far or near, which does not have some cunning complement. For only I have no equivalent. I am alone, make me your single goal. My presence is sufficient for your soul. I am your God, your one necessity. With every breath you breathe remember me. Make God your one desire, for only I shall live eternally and never die. And you, obsessed with what the world contains, subjected day and night to envy's pains. Turn now and put our journey to the test. In this world and the next make him your quest. To choose what is not God is to prefer. To be some worthless idol's worshipper. And if this idol is your soul, your creed is nothing more than irreligious greed." Shah Mahmud at Somnath. When Mahmud's army had attacked Somnath, they found an idol there that men called Lat. Its worshippers flung treasure on the ground, and as a ransom gave the glittering mount. But Mahmud would not cede to their desire, and burnt the idol in a raging fire. A courtier said, "Now if it had been sold, we'd have what's better than an idol, gold." Shah Mahmud said, "I feared God's judgment day. I was afraid that I should hear him say, 'Here too, a Tsar and Mahmud, stand, behold. One carved his idols, one had idols sold. And as the idol burned, bright jewels fell out. So Mahmud was enriched but stayed devout. He said, 'This idol Lat has her reward. And here is mine, provided by the Lord. Destroy the idols in your heart, are you? Will one day be a broken idol too? First burn the self, and as its fate is sealed, The gems this idol hides will be revealed. Your soul has heard the Lord's commanding call. Accept, and at his threshold humbly fall. Your soul and God have formed a covenant. Do not turn back from that first firm assent. Will you object to what you once averred, swear true allegiance and then break your word? Your soul needs only him, through good and ill keep faith, and what you promised him fulfill. Another story of Shah Mahmud in India. Mahmud began his Indian campaign, and saw before him, drawn up on the plain, the massive army of his enemy. In fear he prayed to God for victory, and said, if I should win this doubtful day, the dervishes will bear the spoils away. They fought, and Mahmud's conquest was complete. His captives piled their treasures at his feet. The king declared, one will fulfill my vow. The dervishes shall have this booty now. But all his courtiers cried, can gold and jewels be given to that crowd of cringing fools? Reward the soldiers who have won this war, or have it piled up in the royal store. What should he do? Shah Mahmud was unsure. Just then his eye caught sight of Bul Hossein, a pious fool whom many thought insane. He said, whatever that man says, I'll do. No kings or armies influence his view. They called the madman over to the king, who welcomed him and told him everything. The madman said, O king, these anxious pains are not worth more than 2 small barley grains. If all your dealings with the Lord cease here, forget the vow you made and never fear. But if you think you might need him again, then keep your promise to the final grain. God gave the victory to you, now where? In this agreement is your lordship's share? So Mahmud gave the gold where it was owed, and took his way along the royal road. A bird asks what gifts he should take to Samorg. Another bird said, you have seen our king. What gifts would it be right for me to bring? I'll gladly get whatever you advise. What would be welcome to our sovereign's eyes? A king deserves a quite distinctive gift. Only a miser would be ruled by thrift. The hoopoe answers him. Be ruled by me, the hoopoe said. Take care to offer something which is lacking there. Where is the point in dragging all that way? A costly present common there as day? Their mystery resides in confidence, pure knowledge and the soul's obedience. But take the torment of a heart alone, the soul's distress, for these are their unknown. And let the anguish you endure arise, borne upward to the king in bitter sighs. If one sigh rises from the inmost soul, that man is saved, and has attained our goal. The mourners at a funeral. 100 mourners at a funeral grieved. One truly sighed, the man who was bereaved. They were a ring, but only one of them was set within that circle as a gem. Till you have truly mourned beside the grave, you cannot take your place among the brave. Love drives the wandering pilgrim on his quest, and where by day or night will he find rest? The devout slave. A Negro had a slave devout and wise, who at an early hour would wake and rise, then pray until the sun came peeping through. His master said, wake me up early too, and we can pray together till the dawn. The slave said, just before a baby's born, who tells the mother, now your time draws near? She knows it does, her pain has made it clear. If you have felt this pain you are awake. No other man can feel it for your sake. If someone has to rouse you every day, then someone else instead of you should pray. The man without this pain is not a man. May grief destroy the bragging charlatan. But one who is entangled in its spell forgets all thoughts of heaven or of hell. A vision of heaven and hell. Sheikh Bo Ali Tuzi's long pilgrimage, he was the wisest savant of his age, conducted him so far that I know none who could draw near to what this man has done. He said, the wretches damned in hell will cry to those in paradise, oh, testify to us the nature of your happiness. Describe the sacred joys which you possess. And they will say, ineffable delight. Shines in the radiance of his face, its light draws near us, and this vast celestial frame. The eightfold heaven darkens, bowed by shame. And then the tortured souls in hell will say, from joys of paradise you turn away. Such lowly happiness is not for you. All that you say is true, we know how true. In hell's accursed provinces we reign, clothed head to foot in fire's devouring pain. But when we glimpse that radiant face and know that we must live forever here below, cut off through all eternity from grace, such longing seizes us for that far face, such unappeasable and wild regret, that in our anguished torment we forget the pit of hell and all its raging fire. For what are flames to comfortless desire? The man who feels such longing takes no part in public prayers, he prays within his heart. Regret and sighs should be your portion here. In sighs rejoice, in longing persevere. And if beneath the sky's oppressive dome wounds scar you, you draw nearer to your home. Don't flinch from pain or search here for its cure. Uncauterized your wounds must bleed, endure. The man who wanted a prayer mat. Once someone asked the prophet to provide a prayer mat, and the best of men replied, the desert's arid sands are burning now. Pray there, against the hot dust press your brow, and feel it sear your flesh, the wounded skin will be an emblem of the wound within. If no scar marks your heart, the countenance of love will pass you by without a glance. But heart's wounds show that on the battlefield, your friends have found a man who will not yield. A bird asks how long the journey is, and the hoopoo describes the 7 valleys of the way. Another bird said, hoopoo, you can find the way from here, but we are almost blind. The path seems full of terrors and despair. Dear hoopoo, how much further till we're there? Before we reach our goal, the hoopoo said, the journey's 7 valleys lie ahead. How far this is the world has never learned, for no one who has gone there has returned. Impatient bird, who would retrace this trail? There is no messenger to tell the tale, and they are lost to our concerns below. How can men tell you what they do not know? The first stage is the valley of the quest. Then love's wide valley is our second test. The third is insight into mystery. The fourth detachment and serenity. The fifth is unity, the sixth is awe. A deep bewilderment unknown before. The seventh poverty and nothingness. And there you are suspended, motionless. Till you are drawn, the impulse is not yours. A drop absorbed in seas that have no shores. The valley of the quest. When you begin the valley of the quest, misfortunes will deprive you of all rest. Each moment some new trouble terrifies. And parrots there are panic-stricken flies. Their years must vanish while you strive and grieve. There is the heart of all you will achieve. Renounce the world, your power and all you own. And in your heart's blood journey on alone. When once your hands are empty, then your heart must purify itself and move apart from everything that is. When this is done, the Lord's light blazes brighter than the sun. Your heart is bathed in splendor, and the quest expands 1,000-fold within your breast. Though fire flares up across his path, and though 100 monsters peer out from its glow, the pilgrim driven on by his desire will like a moth rush gladly on the fire. When love inspires his heart, he begs for wine, one drop to be vouchsafed him as a sign. And when he drinks this drop, both worlds are gone. Dry-lipped he founders in oblivion. His zeal to know faith's mysteries will make him fight with dragons for salvation's sake. Though blasphemy and curses crowd the gate, until it opens he will calmly wait. And then where is this faith, this blasphemy? Both vanish into strengthless vacancy. Ebely's asterisk in God's curse. God breathed the pure soul into Adam's dust, and as he did so said the angels must, in sight of Adam, bow down to the ground. God did not wish this secret to be found. All bowed, and not one saw what God had done. except Ebeles, who bowed himself to none. He said, "Who notices if I don't bow? I don't care if they cut my head off now. I know this atom's more than dust, I'll see why God has ordered all this secrecy." He hid himself and kept watch like a spy. God said, "Come out, I see you peer and pry. You know my treasure's home and you must die. The kings who hide a treasure execute their secrets witnesses to keep them mute. You saw the place, and shall the fact be spread through all the world? Prepare to lose your head." Ebeles replied, "Lord, pity me, I crave for mercy, Lord, have mercy on your slave." God answered him, "Well, I will mitigate the rigor and the justice of your fate. But round your neck will shine a ring to show your treachery to all the world below. For fraudulence and guile you will be known, until the world ends and the last trump's blown." Ebeles replied, "And what is that to me? I saw the treasure and I now go free. To curse belongs to you and to forgive all creatures of the world and how they live. Curse on, this poison's part of your great scheme. And life is more than just an opium dream. All creatures seek throughout the universe. What will be mine forever now? Your curse. Search for him endlessly by day and night, till victory rewards your stubborn fight. And if he seems elusive, he is there. Your search is incomplete. Do not despair. The death of Shebla. As Sheblah's death approached, his eyes grew dim. Wild torments of impatience troubled him. But strangest was that round his waist he tied a heathen's belt, asterisk, and weeping sat beside. Heaped ash, with which he smeared his hair and head. "Why wait for death like this?" a stranger said. And Sheblah cried, "What will become of me? I melt, I burn with fevered jealousy. And though I have renounced the universe, I covet what Ebeles procured, God's curse." So Sheblah mourned, uncaring if his lord gave other mortals this or that reward. Bright jewels and stones are equal from his hand, and if his gems are all that you demand, ours is a way you cannot understand. Think of the stones and jewels he gives as one. They are not yours to hope for or to shun. The stone your angry lover flings may hurt, but others' jewels compared with it are dirt. Each moment of this quest a man must feel his soul is spilt, and unremitting zeal should force him onward at whatever cost. The man who pauses on our path is lost. Yusuf of Hamadan, a learned seer, once said, "Above, below, in every sphere, each atom is a Jacob fervently searching for Joseph through eternity. By pain and grief the pilgrim is perplexed, but struggles on through this world and the next. And if the goal seems endlessly concealed, do not give up your quest, refuse to yield. What patience must be theirs who undertake the pilgrim's journey for salvation's sake. Now, like a baby curled inside the womb, wait patiently within your narrow room. Ignore the world, blood is your element. Blood is the unborn child's sole nourishment. What is the world but wretchedness and fear? Endure, be steadfast till your time draws near." Sheikh Manah and the peasant. In deep despair Sheikh Manah made his way across the empty desert wastes one day. A peasant with a cow came into sight, and from his body played a lambent light. He hailed the man and started to narrate the hopeless turmoil of his wretched state. The old man heard, then said, "O Bo Said, imagine someone piled up millet seed from here to highest heaven's unknown dimes, and then repeated this 100 times. And now imagine that a bird appears and pecks one grain up every 1,000 years, then flies around the earth's circumference 100 times, from heaven's eminence. In all those years no sign would come to show Sheikh Bo Said the truth he longs to know. Such is the patience that our pilgrims need. And many start our quest, but few succeed. Through pain and blood their journey lies, blood hides The precious musk the hunted deer provides. And he who does not seek is like a wall. Dead, blank and bland, no living man at all. He is, God pardon me, a walking skin. A picture with no life or soul within. If you discover in your quest a jewel, do not, like some delighted doting fool, gloat over it. Search on, you're not its slave. It is not treasures by the way you crave. To make an idol of the gems you find, is to be drunk, to cloud the searching mind. At this first glass your soul should not submit. Seek out the winepress of the infinite. Shah Mahmud and the sweeper. Shah Mahmud rode without a guard one night. A man who swept the streets came into sight, sifting through dust heaps pile by filthy pile. The king drew rein and with a gracious smile, flung down his bracelet on the nearest heap. Then like the wind he left the searching sweep. Some later night the king returned and saw the man engaged exactly as before. He said, I threw a bracelet on the ground. You could redeem the world with what you found. You could be like a king, a lord of men. And yet I find you sifting dust again. The sweep replied, the treasure that you gave made me a hidden, greater treasure's slave. I have perceived the door to wealth and I shall sift through dust heaps till the day I die. Search for the way, the door stands open, but your eyes that should perceive the door are shut. Once someone cried to God, Lord, let me see. The door between us opened unto me. And Rabia said, fool to chatter so. When has the door been closed, I'd like to know. The valley of love. Love's valley is the next, and here desire will plunge the pilgrim into seas of fire, until his very being is inflamed. And those whom fire rejects turn back ashamed. The lover is a man who flares and bums, whose face is fevered, who in frenzy yearns, who knows no prudence, who will gladly send 100 worlds toward their blazing end, who knows of neither faith nor blasphemy, who has no time for doubt or certainty, to whom both good and evil are the same, and who is neither, but a living flame. But you, lukewarm in all you say or do, backsliding, weak, oh, no, this is not you. True lovers give up everything they own, to steal one moment with the friend alone. They make no vague, procrastinating vow, but risk their livelihood and risk it now. Until their hearts are burned, how can they flee from their desire's incessant misery? They are the falcon when it flies distressed in circles, searching for its absent nest. They are the fish cast up upon the land, that seeks the sea and shudders on the sand. Love here is fire, its thick smoke clouds the head. When love has come the intellect has fled. It cannot tutor love, and all its care supplies no remedy for love's despair. If you could seek the unseen you would find love's home, which is not reason or the mind. And love's intoxication tumbles down the world's designs for glory and renown. If you could penetrate their passing show, and see the world's wild atoms, you would know that reason's eyes will never glimpse one spark of shining love to mitigate the dark. Love leads whoever starts along our way. The noblest vow to love and must obey. But you, unwilling both to love and tread the pilgrim's path, you might as well be dead. The lover chafes, impatient to depart, and longs to sacrifice his life and heart. Majnun's love for Layli. When Layli's tribe refused Majnun, he found they would not let him near their camping ground. Distraught with love, he met a shepherd there, and asked him for a sheepskin he could wear. And then, beneath the skin, began to creep on hands and knees as if he were a sheep. Now lead your flock, he cried, past Layli's tent. It may be I shall catch her lovely scent, and hidden by this matted fleece receive from untold misery 1 hour's reprieve. And so Majnun, disguised beneath the skin, drew near his love unnoticed by her kin. Joy welled in him and in its wild excess, the frenzied lover lost all consciousness. Love's fire had dried the fluids of his brain. He fainted and lay stretched out on the plain. The shepherd bore him to a shaded place, and splashed cold water on his burning face. Later, Majnun was talking with some friends, when one said, "What a tattered fleece defends your body from the cold, but trust in me. I'll bring you all you need immediately." Majnun replied, "No garments worthy of dear Layli, but I wear this skin for love. I know how fortune favors me, and I burn rue to turn away the evil eye." The fleece for him was silk and rare brocade. With what else should a lover be arrayed? I too have known love scent the passing air. What other finer garment could I wear? If you would scour yourself of each defect, let passion wean you from the intellect. To leave such toys and sacrifice the soul is still the first small step towards our goal. Begin, if you can set aside all shame. To risk your life is not some childish game. The beggar who fell in love with Ayaz. A beggar fell in love once with Ayaz. The news soon spread through markets and bazaars. And when he rode about the gaping town, there was the beggar running up and down. Or if Ayaz once halted in the square, his eyes would meet the beggar's hungry stare. But someone gossiped to Mahmud, who went to try and apprehend the miscreant. Ayaz rode out. Mahmud was horrified to see the beggar running at his side. And from his hiding place the monarch saw the beggar's face, wasted like yellow straw. His back bent like a polo mallet's curve. From side to side he watched him duck and swerve, as if he had no self-control at all, but moved when hit just like a polo ball. He summoned him, then said, "And so you thought a beggar could be equal to the court?" The man replied, "In matters of desire, a beggar is his monarch's equal, sire. You cannot sunder love from pauper's rags. They're like a rich man and his money bags. And poverty in love resembles salt. It gives love taste, you can't call that a fault. You have the world and love your sovereignty. You should leave passion to the likes of me. Your love is with you, you need never know the pains of absence love should undergo. Oh, you are proud to have him, but love's trial would come if you should lose him for a while." The king said, "You are ignorant, that's all," staring as if he were a polo ball. "It's me who is the ball," the man replied. "Look, both of us are struck from side to side. Each shares the other's pain. Each feels the force of Ayaz when he rides by on his horse. We're both bewildered by his mallet's blows. And where we're going neither of us knows. But if we share the same predicament, and seem in grief to be equivalent, yet still the ball does more than I can do, and sometimes gets to kiss his horse's shoe. Though both are hurt, mine is the grimmer part. Its skin is scarred, my scars are in my heart. Ayaz pursues the ball he hits, but I, in unregarded agony must sigh. The ball will sometimes land at Ayaz's feet. But when shall Ayaz and a beggar meet? The ball will know the scent of victory. But all such joys have been denied to me." The king cried, "You may boast that you are poor. But where's your witness? How can I be sure?" "I don't belong here, sire," the beggar said. "But I'm not poor and you have been misled. You want a witness, if I sacrifice my living soul for love, will that suffice? Oh Mahmud, love like yours is meaningless. Die if you want to boast of your distress." Then, in the silence after he replied, he sank at his beloved's feet and died. And when he saw the lifeless body there, the world was darkened by Mahmud's despair. Prepare to risk your being while you live, and know the glory sacrifice will give. If you are summoned by that distant call, pursue the fading sound until you fall. And as you fall the news you long to find will break at last on your bewildered mind. The death of Abraham. As Abraham approached his life's last breath, he fought with Azrael and parried death. "Go back," he cried, "and tell my king to wait. The king's friend will arrive a little late. God answered him, but if you are my friend, you are prepared and glad to reach life's end. Then someone said, what makes your soul rebel and seek to hide itself from Azrael? True-hearted lovers risk their lives, so why are you reluctant or afraid to die? And he replied, how can I give my soul when Azrael obscures the longed for goal? When Gabriel himself appeared in fire and asked me to describe my heart's desire, I did not glance at him. The path I trod had then as now no other goal but God. I turned my head aside from Gabriel. And shall I hand my soul to Azrael? I shall not give this soul until I hear the word of God command me to draw near. And when I hear his voice, this life will be less use than half a barley grain to me. How could I give my soul to anyone but him? Enough, my explanation's done. The Valley of Insight into Mystery. The next broad valley which the traveler sees brings insight into hidden mysteries. Here every pilgrim takes a different way, and different spirits different rules obey. Each soul and body has its level here and climbs or falls within its proper sphere. There are so many roads, and each is fit for that one pilgrim who must follow it. How could a spider or a tiny ant tread the same path as some huge elephant? Each pilgrim's progress is commensurate with his specific qualities and state. No matter how it strives, what gnat could fly as swiftly as the winds that scour the sky? Our pathways differ. No bird ever knows the secret route by which another goes. Our insight comes to us by different signs. One prays in mosques and one in idol shrines. But when truth's sunlight clears the upper air, each pilgrim sees that he is welcome there. His essence will shine forth. The world that seemed a furnace will be sweeter than he dreamed. He will perceive the marrow, not the skin. The self will disappear. Then, from within the heart of all he sees, there will ascend the longed-for face of the immortal friend. 100,000 secrets will be known when that unveiled, surpassing face is shown. 100,000 men must faint and fail, till one shall draw aside the secret's veil. Perfected, of rare courage he must be, to dive through that immense, uncharted sea. If you discern such hidden truths and feel joy flood your life, do not relax your zeal. Though thirst is quenched, though you are bathed in bliss, beyond all possible hypothesis, though you should reach the throne of God, implore him still unceasingly, is there yet more? Now let the sea of gnosis drown your mind, or dust and death are all that you will find. If you ignore our quest and idly sleep, you will not glimpse the friend. Rise now and weep. And if you cannot find his beauty here, seek out truth's mysteries and persevere. But shame on you, you fool. Bow down your head. Accept a donkey bridle and be led. The stone man. A man in China has become a stone. He sits and mourns, and at each muffled groan weeps melancholy tears, which then are found congealed as pebbles scattered on the ground. What misery the world would know, what pain, if clouds should shed such adamantine rain. This man is knowledge, sensible, devout. If you should go to China, seek him out. But he has turned to stone from secret grief, from lack of zeal, indifference, unbelief. The world is dark, and knowledge is a light, a sparkling jewel to lead you through the night. Without it you would wander mystified, like Alexander lost without a guide. But if you trust its light too much, despair will be the sequel of pedantic care. And if you underestimate this jewel, despair will mark you as a righteous fool. Ignore or overvalue this bright stone, and wretchedness will claim you for her own. If you can step outside the stage we know, the dark confusions of our life below, and reach man's proper state, you will possess wisdom at which the world can never guess. The path brings sorrow and bewildered fear, but venture on until the way is clear. And neither sleep by night nor drink by day, but give your life, completely, to the way. The lover who slept. A lover, tired out by the tears he wept, lay in exhaustion on the earth and slept, when his beloved came and saw him there, sunk fast in sleep, at peace, without a care. She took a pen and in an instant wrote, then fastened to his sleeve, a little note. When he awoke and read her words, his pain, increased 1,000-fold, returned again. If you sell silver in the town, he read. The market's opened, rouse your sleepy head. If faith is your concern, pray through the night. Prostrate yourself until the dawning light. But if you are a lover, blush with shame. Sleep is unworthy of the lover's name. He watches with the wind throughout the day. He sees the moon rise up and fade away. But you do neither, though you weep and sigh. Your love for me looks like an empty lie. A man who sleeps before death's sleep I call. A lover of himself, and that is all. You've no idea of love, and may your sleep be like your ignorance prolonged and deep. A watchman in love. A watchman fell in love. The poor man kept love's vigil day and night and never slept. A friend reproved this lover. Sleep, he cried, sleep for one moment. But the man replied, I am a lover and a watchman. How could I know sleep and break this double vow? How can a watchman sleep? Especially a wretched watchman who's in love like me? My earthly duties and my love unite to ward off sleep throughout the longest night. There's no sleep in me. Can I ask a friend for sleep? It's not a substance you can lend. Each night love puts his watchman to the test, watching to see the watchman has no rest, beating a drum as if to wake the dead, or slapping me about the face and head. And if I slept a moment, sleepless love would raise a tumult to the skies above. His friend said, but you never even blink. All night you burn and cannot sleep a wink. He answered him, a watchman never sleeps. He knows no water but the tears he weeps. A watchman's duty is to stay awake. And lovers parch with thirst for passion's sake. Since lovers' eyes are filled with flowing tears, sweet sleep is driven out and disappears. A lover and a watchman should agree. Since neither sleeps through all eternity, love helps the watchman's vigilance. Its pain will banish slumber from his fevered brain. Shun sleep if you would be this sentinel. Though if your vigil is mere talk, sleep well. Pace the heart's streets. Thieves lurk in ambush there, waiting for you to waver in your care. But as you scan the darkness you will find new love and insight wake within your mind. The man who suffers, who will watch and wait, is given insight by his sleepless state. And sleepless nights enable him to bring a tried and wakeful heart before his king. Since sleepless watches nourish vigilance, sleep little, guard your heart with diligence. What shall I say? What words have ever found a means to save the sinking? You are drowned. But lovers journey on before us all. Intoxicated by their love, they fall. Strive, drink as they have drunk, discover love. The key to this world and the world above. A woman will become a man, a man. A sea whose depths no mortal mind may scan. Abasa told a wandering scholar once, the man who's kindled by love's radiance will give birth to a woman. When love's fire quickens within a woman this desire, she gives birth to a man. Is it denied that Adam bore a woman from his side? That Mary bore a man? Until this light shines out, such truths are hidden from your sight. But when its glory comes you will receive blessings far greater than you can conceive. Count this as wealth. Here is the faith you need. But if the world's base glory is your creed, your soul is lost. Seek the wealth insight gives. In insight our eternal kingdom lives. Whoever drinks the mystic's wine is king. Of all the world can show, of everything. Its realms are specks of his authority. The heavens but a ship on his wide sea. If all the sultans of the world could know that shoreless sea, its mighty ebb and flow. They'd sit and mourn their wretched impotence, with eyes ashamed to meet each other's glance. Mahmud and a dervish. Once in a ruined palace Mahmud met a dervish bowed by sorrow and regret, who when he saw his noble sovereign cried, "Get out of here or I shall tan your hide. You call yourself a king, you're just a lout. A thankless, selfish infidel, get out." The king said, "I am Mahmud, I suggest. That infidel is not how I'm addressed." The dervish answered him, "O splendid youth, if you but knew how far you are from truth, you would not smear your humbled head and face with dust and ash, live coals would take their place." The Valley of Detachment. Next comes the Valley of Detachment. Here all claims, all lust for meaning disappear. A wintry tempest blows with boisterous haste. It scours the land and lays the valley waste. The 7 planets seem a fading spark. The 7 seas a pool, and heaven's ark is more like dust and death than paradise. The 7 burning hells freeze cold as ice. More wonderful than this, a tiny ant is here far stronger than an elephant. And, while a raven feeds, a caravan of countless souls will perish to a man. 100,000 angels wept when light shone out in Adam and dispelled the night. 100,000 drowning creatures died when Noah's ark rode out the rising tide. For Abraham, as many gnats were sent to humble Nimrod's vicious government, as many children perished by the sword, till Moses' sight was cleansed before the Lord. As many walked in willful heresy, when Jesus saw truth's hidden mystery. As many souls endured their wretched fate, before Muhammad rose to heaven's gate. Here neither old nor new attempts prevail, and resolution is of no avail. If you should see the world consumed in flame, it is a dream compared to this, a game. If thousands were to die here, they would be one drop of dew absorbed within the sea. 100,000 fools would be as one brief atom's shadow in the blazing sun. If all the stars in heavens came to grief, they'd be the shedding of one withered leaf. If all the worlds were swept away to hell, they'd be a crawling ant trapped down a well. If earth and heaven were to pass away, one grain of gravel would have gone astray. If men and fiends were never seen again, they'd vanish like a tiny splash of rain. And should they perish, broken by despair, think that some beast has lost a single hair. If part and whole are wrecked and seen no more, think that the earth has lost a single straw. And if the 9 revolving heavens stop, think that the sea has lost a single drop. Yusuf of Hamadan, that learned seer, whose heart and knowledge were uniquely clear, said, "Travel to the throne of majesty, then to the ends of all the earth, and see that all that is, will be, has ever been, is but one atom when correctly seen. The world is but a drop, what will be missed if one sun prospers or does not exist? This valley is not easy, child. Your mind knows nothing of the dangers you will find, and when the way flows blood your pilgrimage has only journeyed through a single stage. Traverse the world from place to distant place. What have you managed but a single pace? No pilgrim sees his journey's end, no cure has yet been found for all he must endure. If you stand petrified with grief and dread, you are no better than the senseless dead. And if you hasten on you cannot hear the bell that summons you sound loud and clear. Hope lies neither in motion nor in rest, neither to live nor yet to die as best. What profit have your labors brought? What gain? The teachers you pursued with so much pain? What difference have these constant efforts made? Be silent now and seek another trade. Strive not to strive, withdraw and concentrate on that small region you can cultivate. The remedy is labor, this is true, but not that labor which is known to you. Renounce the work you know, the tasks you've done, and learn which tasks to work at, which to shun. What words can guide you where you ought to turn? It may be you will have the wit to learn, but whether you lament or idly sing, Act with detachment now in everything. Detachment as a flame, a livid flash. That will reduce 100 worlds to ash. Its valley makes creation disappear. And if the world has gone, then where is fear? A horoscope drawn on sand. Astrologers can help you understand with fine configurations traced in sand. You've seen one draw the heavens calendar and indicate each fixed and moving star. Set out the zodiac sign by mighty sign. The zenith of the sun and its decline. The complex forms that influence the earth. The house of mournful death, the house of birth. Which will enable him to calculate your happiness, your grief, your final fate. Then brush the sand, and all that you have seen has gone, as though the marks had never been. Such is the solid world we live in here. A subtle surface which will disappear. You cannot bear this truth, that all must die. Seek out some corner, watch the world pass by. When men and women enter here they own no trace of either world, they are alone. When mountains weigh as little as a straw, you have the strength required, but not before. Once someone said, the veil was drawn aside, I saw the secret world its shadows hide. In bliss I heard a voice that seemed to say, name what you wish and it is yours today. But then I saw that from eternity. God's prophets have endured adversity, that, everywhere disaster takes its course, they are the first to feel its crushing force. And how can I expect contentment when such miseries beset the best of men? Their glory and their grief could not be mine. Since pain is theirs who set forth God's design, how can a wretch desire beatitude? Oh, leave me to my helpless solitude. The prophets led the world, but I am weak. Oh, let me mourn alone, I cannot speak. My words must come from my experience, until you share it they will make no sense. You know the dangers that this ocean brings, but flounder like a partridge without wings. The whirlpool waits, the monstrous whale, the shark. And are you still determined to embark? Imagination makes you waver, think. How will you save yourself if you should sink? The valley of unity. Next comes the valley of pure unity. Place of lonely, long austerity. And all who enter on this waste have found their various necks by one tight collar bound. If you see many here are but a few. They're one, however they appear to you. The many here are merged in one. One form involves the multifarious, thick swarm. This is the oneness of diversity. Not oneness locked in singularity. Unit and number here have passed away. Forget forever and creation's day. That day is gone, eternity is gone. Let them depart into oblivion. The world compared to a wax toy. Once someone asked a dervish to portray the nature of this world in which we stray. He said, this various world is like a toy. A colored palm tree given to a boy, but made of wax, now kneaded in your fist. And there's the wax of which its shapes consist. The lovely forms and colors are undone. And what seemed many things is only one. All things are one, there isn't any two. It isn't me who speaks, it isn't you. Bow Alley and the old woman. An ancient crone once went to Bow Alley and said, this gold leaf is a gift from me. I've taken gifts from no one except God. The woman laughed. Well said, and no mistake. How many can you see, O reverend sheikh? The man who treads the way sees one alone, and counts a temple as the Kaaba's stone. Listen, attend to all he has to say, for his existence cannot pass away. The pilgrim sees no form but his and knows that he subsists beneath all passing shows. The pilgrim comes from him whom he can see, lives in him, with him, and beyond all three. Be lost in unity's inclusive span. Or you are human but not yet a man. Whoever lives, the wicked and the blessed, contains a hidden sun within his breast. Its light must on though dogged by long delay. The clouds that veil it must be torn away. Whoever reaches to his hidden sun surpasses good and bad and knows the one. This good and bad are here while you are here. Surpass yourself and they will disappear. You come from nothing but he caught within the cumbersome entanglements of sin. Would that your first blank state were with you yet, before existence trapped you ink's net. First free yourself from sin's adhesive loam, then be dispersed in dust and wind-swept foam. How could you guess what ills within you lurk? The foulness of their haunts, the dripping murk, where snake and scorpion slither through the deep, then undiscovered lose themselves in sleep? Wake them, encourage them, and they will swell into 100 monsters loosed from hell. All men contain this evil in their hearts, and hell is yours till every snake departs. Work free of each insinuating coil. Your soul's salvation will reward your toil. If not, you are the hidden scorpion's prey, the quick snake's quarry till God's judgment day. And those who will not seek this freedom crawl, like worms who have no higher life at all. Attar, enough of all this oratory. Resume your tale, you'd got to, unity. When once the pilgrim has attained this stage, he will have passed beyond mere pilgrimage. He will be lost and dumb, for God will speak. The God whom all these wandering pilgrims seek. Beyond all notions of the part, the whole, of qualities in the essential soul. All four of them will rise up from all four. 100,000 states will rise and more. In this strange school, the inward eye detects 100,000 yearning intellects. But failure dogs the analytic mind, which whimpers like a child born deaf and blind. To glimpse this secret is to turn aside from both worlds, from all egocentric pride. The pilgrim has no being, yet will be a part of being for eternity. Plus 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 plus. A slave's freedom. Logman of Syrinx cried, Dear God, behold your faithful servant, poor, bewildered, old. An old slave is permitted to go free. I've spent my life in patient loyalty. I'm bent with grief, my black hairs turn to snow. Grant manumission, Lord, and let me go. A voice replied, When you have gained release from mind and thought, your slavery will cease. You will be free when these two disappear. He said, Lord, it is you whom I revere. What are the mind and all its ways to me? And left them there and then, in ecstasy, he danced and clapped his hands and boldly cried, Who am I now? The slave I was has died. What's freedom, servitude, and where are they? Both happiness and grief have fled away. I neither own nor lack all qualities. My blindness looks on secret mysteries. I know not whether you are I you. I lose myself in you, there is no two. The lover who saved his beloved from drowning. A girl fell in a river, in a flash. Her lover dived in with a mighty splash, and fought the current till he reached her side. When they were safe again, the poor girl cried, By chance I tumbled in, but why should you come after me and hazard your life too? He said, One dived because the difference of I and you to lovers makes no sense. A long time passed when we were separate, but now that we have reached this single state, when you are me and I am wholly you, what use is it to talk of us as two? All talk of two implies plurality. When two has gone there will be unity. Mahmud offers Ayaz the command of his armies. One day Mahmud's unconquered armies made a splendid pageant drawn up on parade, and on a mountainside to watch the show of elephants and soldiers spread below. The king and his two favorite courtiers stood, Hassan, the slave Ayaz, and Shah Mahmud. The Sarid soldiers, jostling elephants, seemed like a plague of locusts or of ants. More armies at that moment filled the plain than all the world has seen or will again. And Mahmud said, Ayaz, my child, look down. All this is yours, dear boy, except the crown. The great king spoke. Ayaz seemed quite unmoved. Lost in his private thoughts, Hassan reproved the youth and said, Where are your manners, slave? Think of the honor that our king just gave, and yet you stand there like an imbecile. and do not even murmur thanks or kneel. How can you justify such gross neglect? Is this the way you show your king respect? Ayaz was silent till this sermon's end. Then said, 2 answers come to me, my friend. First then, a slave could grovel on the ground, or gabble thanks and have the heavens resound, with some self-advertising, long address, and climb above the king or say far less. But who am I to interpose my voice between the king and his asserted choice? The slave is his, and regal dignity demands that he decide and act, not me. If in his praise I see both worlds unite, it is no more than such a monarch's right. Can I, unworthy to be called his slave, comment on how he chooses to behave? And when Hassan had heard him speak, he said, Ayaz, 1,000 blessings on your head. Your words convince me, and I now believe that you deserve the favors you receive. But what's the second of your answers, pray? Ayaz replied, Hassan, I cannot say. Whilst you are here, you do not share the throne. This mystery is for the king alone. The king dismissed Hassan. There's no one here, he said. Now make your hidden secret clear. Ayaz replied, when generosity persuades my sovereign lord to glance at me, my being vanishes in that bright light, which radiates from his refulgent sight. His splendor shines, and purified I rise, dispersed to nothing by his sun-like eyes. Existence has deserted me, so how could I prostrate myself before you now? If you see anyone or anything, it is not me you see, it is the king. The honors you continually renew are offered, given and received by you, and from a shadow lost within the sun. What kind of service could you hope for? None. That shadow called Ayaz must disappear. Do what you wish, you know he is not here. The Valley of Bewilderment. Next comes the Valley of Bewilderment, a place of pain and gnawing discontent. Each second you will sigh, and every breath will be a sword to make you long for death. Blinded by grief, you will not recognize the days and nights that pass before your eyes. Blood drips from every hair and writes, alas, beside the highway where the pilgrims pass. In ice you fry, in fire you freeze, the way is lost, with indecisive steps you stray. The unity you knew has gone, your soul is scattered and knows nothing of the whole. If someone asks, what is your present state? Is drunkenness or sober sense your fate? And do you flourish now or fade away? The pilgrim will confess, I cannot say. I have no certain knowledge anymore. I doubt my doubt, doubt itself is unsure. I love, but who is it for whom I sigh? Not Moslem, yet not heathen. Who am I? My heart is empty, yet with love is full. My own love is to me incredible. The grieving mother and the Sufi. Beside her daughter's grave a mother grieved. A Sufi said, this woman has perceived the nature of her loss, her heart knows why. She comes to mourn, for whom she has to cry. She grieves, but knowledge makes her fortunate. Consider now the Sufi's wretched state. What daily, nightly vigils I must keep, and never know for whom it is I weep. I mourn in lonely darkness, unaware, whose absence is the cause of my despair. Since she knows what has caused her agony, she is 1,000 times more blessed than me. I have no notion of what makes me weep. What prompts the painful vigils I must keep? My heart is lost, and here I cannot find that rope by which men live, the rational mind. The key to thought is lost. To reach this far means to despair of who and what you are. And yet it is to see within the soul, and at a stroke, the meaning of the whole. The man who had lost his key. A Sufi heard a cry, I've lost my key. If it's been found, please give it back to me. My door's locked fast, I wish to God I knew how I could get back in. What can I do? The Sufi said, and why should you complain? You know where this door is, if you remain outside it, even if it is shut fast. Someone no doubt will open it at last. You make this fuss for nothing. How much more? Should I complain, who've lost both key and door? But if this Sufi presses on, he'll find the closed or open door which haunts his mind. Men cannot understand the sun's state, that deep bewilderment which is their fate. To those who ask, what can I do? Reply, bid all that you have done till now goodbye. Once in the valley of bewilderment, the pilgrim suffers endless discontent, crying, how long must I endure delay? Uncertainty? When shall I see the way? When shall I know? Oh, when? But knowledge here is turned again to indecisive fear. Complaints become a grateful eulogy. And blasphemy is faith, faith blasphemy. The valley of poverty and nothingness. Next comes that valley words cannot express. The veil of poverty and nothingness. Here you are lame and deaf, the mind has gone. You enter an obscure oblivion. When sunlight penetrates the atmosphere, 100,000 shadows disappear. And when the sea arises, what can save? The patterns on the surface of each wave? The two worlds are those patterns, and in vain. Men tell themselves what passes will remain. Whoever sinks within this sea is blessed, and in self-loss obtains eternal rest. The heart that would be lost in this wide sea disperses in profound tranquility, and if it should emerge again it knows the secret ways in which the world arose. The pilgrim who has grown wise in the quest, the Sufi who has weathered every test, are lost when they approach this painful place, and other men leave not a single trace. Because all disappear, you might believe that all are equal, just as you perceive that twigs and incense offered to a flame both turn to powdered ash and look the same. But though they seem to share a common state, their inward essences are separate. And evil souls sunk in this mighty sea retain unchanged their base identity. But if a pure soul sinks, the waves surround his fading form, in beauty he is drowned. He is not, yet he is. What could this mean? It is a state the mind has never seen. One night that sea of secrets, that loved seer obtuse, said to a pupil standing near, when you are worn out by love's fierce despair, and in your weakness tremble like a hare, you will become that hare and take your place in curls that dust around the loved one's face. Whoever wastes away for love is made a hare concealed within those tresses shade. But if you will not waste away, your soul has made the 7 gates of hell its goal. A frenzied lover wept, a passerby inquired the cause, and this was his reply. They say that when at last the Lord appears, he will receive, for 40,000 years, the men who are deserving in this place. Then from that summit of celestial grace, they will return and know themselves once more. Bereft of light, the poorest of the poor, I will be shown myself. I weep to think that from such heights to such depths I must sink. I have no need of my identity. I long for death. What use is T to me? I live with evil while myself is here. With God both self and evil disappear. When I escape the self I will arise, and be as God. The yearning pilgrim flies from this dark province of mortality to nothingness and to eternity. And though, my heart, you bid the world farewell, to cross the bridge that arches over hell, do not despair. Think of the oil lamp's glow that sends up smoke as black as any crow. Its oil is changed, and what was there before, the shining flame flared up, exists no more. So you, my quaking heart, when you endure these threatening flames, will rise up rare and pure. First put aside the self, and then prepare to mount Borak * and journey through the air. Drink down the cup of nothingness, put on the cloak that signifies oblivion. Your stirrup is the void, absence must be. the horse that bears you into vacancy. Destroy the body and adorn your sight with cold insubstantial, darkest night. First lose yourself, then lose this loss, and then withdraw from all that you have lost again. Go peacefully, and stage by stage progress, until you gain the realms of nothingness. But if you cling to any worldly trace, no news will reach you from that promised place. The moths and the flame. Moths gathered in a fluttering throng one night, to learn the truth about the candle's light. And they decided one of them should go, to gather news of the elusive glow. One flew till in the distance he discerned a palace window where a candle burned, and went no nearer. Back again he flew, to tell the others what he thought he knew. The mentor of the moths dismissed his claim, remarking, he knows nothing of the flame. A moth more eager than the one before set out and passed beyond the palace door. He hovered in the aura of the fire, a trembling blur of timorous desire, then headed back to say how far he'd been, and how much he had undergone and seen. The mentor said, you do not bear the signs of one who's fathomed how the candle shines. Another moth flew out, his dizzy flight turned to an ardent wooing of the light. He dipped and soared, and in his frenzied trance, both self and fire were mingled by his dance. The flame engulfed his wingtips, body, head. His being glowed a fierce translucent red, and when the mentor saw that sudden blaze, the moth's form lost within the glowing rays, he said, he knows the truth we seek, that hidden truth of which we cannot speak. To go beyond all knowledge is to find that comprehension which eludes the mind, and you can never gain the longed-for goal until you first outsoar both flesh and soul. But should one part remain, a single hair will drag you back and plunge you in despair. No creature's self can be admitted here, where all identity must disappear. As you approach this stage's final veil, kingdoms and wealth, substance and water fail. Withdraw into yourself, and one by one, give up the things you own. When this is done, be still in selflessness and pass beyond all thoughts of good and evil. Break this bond, and as it shatters you are worthy of oblivion, the nothingness of love. The dervish who loved a prince. A great king had a son whose slender grace recalled the comely Joseph's form and face. He had no rival, none could emulate this prince's dignified and splendid state. Lords were his slaves, beauty bowed in defeat. The loveliest were dust beneath his feet. And if he walked the desert's wastes at night, it seemed a second sun diffused its light. That he eclipsed the moon's magnificence is scant praise for his lovely countenance. The darkness of his curls was like a well, in which 100,000 lovers fell. The beauty of that hair was like a fire, a flame that tantalized the world's desire. But 50 years and more could not suffice to paint the tumbling curls of paradise. A glance from those Narcissus eyes was like the searing fire when bolts of lightning strike. His laugh was honey and his smile could bring 100,000 blossoms news of spring. But of his wondrous mouth I cannot speak. Their selfhood vanishes, I am too weak. When he appeared it seemed that every hair reduced 100 hearts to love's despair. He was far lovelier than words convey. The world adored him, what more can I say? When he rode out toward the marketplace, a naked sword was held before his face. Another followed him, and those who tried to stand and stare were quickly pushed aside. There was a dervish, a poor simpleton, who fell in love with this great monarch's son. Too weak to chatter, he would sit and sigh. Beyond all help and hope, prepared to die. He sat outside the palace night and day, but closed his eyes to all who passed that way. He had no friend, no comrade who could share love's pain or sympathize with his despair. His heart was broken, tears of silver rolled down sunken cheeks that looked like sallow gold. And what kept him alive? At times he'd see the prince ride by in distant majesty. Then crowds of people ran from near and far to gather in the noisy, packed bazaar. They pushed and shoved, shouts filled the atmosphere. You'd think that resurrection day was here. Distracted heralds tried to clear the way, raging at stragglers who would not obey. The ushers yelled, then called the army in to clear a mile or so and quell the din. And when our dervish heard the herald sound, he fainted and lay stretched out on the ground. It seemed he left himself, and ecstasy was strangely mingled with his misery. Though no one noticed him, there should have been 100,000 mourners at the scene. His body would turn blue, or to his eyes great gouts of blood instead of tears would rise. His tears would freeze with grief, and then desire would make them scald his face like liquid fire. But how could such a wretch, who begged for bread, a skinny wraith half living and half dead, a man with half a shadow, which the sun appeared determined to reduce to none, expect to be befriended by a prince, whose like has not been seen before or since? It happened that one day the prince rode out. The beggar sent up an ecstatic shout. Love's conflagration fills my heart and head. All patience, reason, strength have turned and fled. He raved and ranted, and at every groan dashed his bewildered head against a stone, until unconsciousness had quenched his sighs, and thick blood spurted from his ears and eyes. A herald of the prince saw everything. Lines 406-179. And hurried to denounce him to the king. My lord, he panted, something must be done. A filthy libertine adores your son. The monarch felt his honor was at stake, and for his injured reputation Sake cried, chain his feet and drag him through the town. Then from the gibbet hang him upside down. The royal guards set off at once and made a ring around the hapless renegade. They dragged him to the public gibbet, where a huge, bloodthirsty mob had filled the square, and no one knew his pain, or thought to plead on his behalf, or tried to intercede. A courtier brought him to the gallows tree, where he screamed out in mortal agony, grant me the time to worship God before the gallows claims me, let me pray once more. The angry courtier signaled his assent, and gave him time to make his testament. But halfway through his prayers he groaned, oh, why should kings decree that guiltless men must die? Before I'm murdered in this wretched place, Lord, let me see that boy's seductive face. And when he stands here I will gladly give my soul for him and have no wish to live. I'd give 100,000 lives to see that princely pattern of nobility. O God, this is your servant's last request. I love, and those who die for love die blessed. And though for him I bid the world farewell, love cannot make love's slave an infidel. How many countless prayers you grant, dear Lord. Grant mine. Grant my life's vigil its reward. This arrow reached its mark, the courtier felt his adamantine heart begin to melt. He hurried to the king and there made plain. Lines 4080-4100. The secret causes of this Sufi's pain. Weeping, he told how halfway through his prayer, the Sufi had succumbed to love's despair. The monarch's anger passed, and clemency made him revoke his former harsh decree. He turned then to his son and gently said, do not distress this wretch who hangs half dead beneath the gibbet's arm. Go to him now, and speak to him as only you know how. His heart is in your hands, use all your art to comfort him and give him back his heart. You are the poisoned draught that seared his throat. Drink with him now, be poison's antidote. Let happiness replace his misery. Renew his life, then bring him here to me. Oh, clap your hands, dance, stamp your nimble feet. Rejoice, prosperity is now complete. This prince sought out a beggar, this bright sun. Sought out the unregarded simpleton. This ocean of rich treasures did not stop until he had united with a drop. The prince sped like an angel through the town, and saw the beggar hanging upside down. The body shuddered, swayed and fought for breath, clinging half-conscious at the edge of death. Beneath the gallows tree his tears and blood had clogged the swirling dust to viscid mud. And seeing him the prince's noble eyes flooded with tears that he could not disguise. He wished to hide them from his army's sight. But tears in princes are a sign of might. They flowed like rain, and in that moment he increased 100 times his sovereignty. Endure in love, be steadfast and sincere. At last the one you long for will appear. Act as this beggar did, lament and sigh, until the glorious prince gives his reply. Lines 4103-19. He saw the prince approach from far away, but could not catch the words he tried to say. He twisted, struggled, raised his face, and there the prince's weeping eyes returned his stare. He trembled, weak as water with desire. He shuddered, burnt by love's consuming fire, and with his last laborious, hoarse breath, gasped, "Prince, you see me at the point of death. Your words can kill me now, you did not need guards and a gibbet to perform this deed." Then as a dying candle flares he cried the last exultant laugh of death and died. Made one with his beloved he became the nothingness of an extinguished flame. True pilgrims fathom, even as they fight, the passion of annihilation's night. Your being here is mixed with nothingness, and no joy comes to you without distress. If you cannot endure, how will you find the promised peace that haunts your troubled mind? You leapt like lightning once, yet now you stand like marshy water clogged with desert sand. Renew your courage, put aside your fear, and in love's fire let reason disappear. To be unsure, to pine for liberty, is to resist our journey's alchemy. How long will caution make you hesitate? Fly beyond thought before it is too late, to reach that place where true delight is won. Accept the dervish path as I have done. I speak of I, in truth there is no I. Where logic falters and the mind must die, I lose myself within myself, I seek for strength in being poor, despised and weak. When poverty's bright sun shines over me, a window opens on reality. I see both worlds, and in that light I seem like water lost in water's moving stream. All that I ever lost or ever found is in the depths of that black deluge drowned. I too am lost, I leave no trace, no mark. I am a shadow cast upon the dark, a drop sunk in the sea, and it is vain to search the sea for that one drop again. This nothingness is not for everyone, yet many seek it out as I have done. And who would reach this far and not aspire to nothingness, the pilgrim's last desire? Nuri was questioned by one pure in soul. How far is it until we reach our goal? And said, we pass through fire and splendor first. Then 7 oceans have to be traversed. A fish asterisk, now listen carefully to me, and I will show you how to cross this sea. Will draw you by its breath, a mighty whale, vast but invisible from head to tail, who deep in solitude delights to swim, and by his breathing draws the world to him. The journey. The hoopoe paused, and when the group had heard his discourse, trembling fear filled every bird. They saw the bow of this great enterprise could not be drawn by weakness, sloth or lies, and some were so cast down that then and there they turned aside and perished in despair. With fear and apprehension in each heart, the remnant rose up ready to depart. They traveled on for years, a lifetime passed, before the longed-for goal was reached at last. What happened as they flew I cannot say, but if you journey on that narrow way, then you will act as they once did and know the miseries they had to undergo. Of all the army that set out, how few survived the way of that great retinue. A handful lived until the voyage was done. Of every 1,000 there remained but one. Of many who set out no trace was found. Some deep within the ocean's depths were drowned. Some died on mountain tops, some died of heat. Some flew too near the sun in their conceit. Their hearts on fire with love, too late they learned their folly when their wings and feathers burned. Some met their death between the lion's claws, and some were ripped to death by monsters' jaws. Some died of thirst, some hunger sent insane, till suicide released them from their pain. Some became weak and could no longer fly. They faltered, fainted, and were left to die. Some paused bewildered and then turned aside, to gaze at marvels as if stupefied. Some looked for pleasure's path and soon confessed they saw no purpose in the pilgrim's quest. Not one in every 1,000 souls arrived. In every 100,000 one survived. The birds arrive and are greeted by a herald. A world of birds set out, and there remained but 30 when the promised goal was gained. 30 exhausted, wretched, broken things, with hopeless hearts and tattered, trailing wings, who saw that nameless glory which the mind acknowledges as ever undefined, whose solitary flame each moment turns 100 worlds to nothingness and burns, with power 100,000 times more bright than sun and stars and every natural light. The awe-struck group, bewildered and amazed, like insubstantial, trembling atoms, gazed and churned. How can we live or prosper here, where if the sun came it would disappear? Our hearts were torn from all we loved, we bore the perils of a path unknown before. And all for this? It was not this reward that we expected from our longed for Lord. It seemed their throats were cut, as if they bled, and weakly whimpered until left for dead, waiting for splendor to annihilate their insubstantial, transitory state. Time passed, then from the highest court there flew a herald of the starry retinue, who saw the 30 birds, trembling, afraid, their bodies broken and their feathers frayed, and said, "What city are you from? What race? What business brings you to this distant place? What are your names? You seem destroyed by fear. What made you leave your homes and travel here? What were you in the world? What use are you? What can such weak and clumsy creatures do?" The group replied, "We flew here for one thing, to claim the Simorg as our rightful king. We come as suppliants and we have sought through grievous paths the threshold of his court. How long the way was to complete our vow? Of thousands we are only 30 now. Was that hope false which led us to this place, or shall we now behold our sovereign's face?" The herald tells the birds to turn back. The herald said, "This king for whom you grieve governs in glory you cannot conceive. 100,000 armies are to him an ant that clambers up his threshold's rim. And what are you? Grief is your fate, go back. Retrace your steps along the pilgrim's track." And when they heard the herald's fearsome words, a deathly hopelessness assailed the birds. But they replied, "Our king will not repay with sorrow all the hazards of the way. Grief cannot come to us from majesty. Grief cannot live beside such dignity. Think of Majnun, who said, 'If all the earth should every passing moment praise my worth, I would prefer abuse from Layli's heart to all creation's eulogizing art.' The world's praise cannot equal Layli's blame. Both worlds are less to me than Layli's name. We told you our desire, if grief must come, then we are ready and shall not succumb." The herald said, "The blaze of majesty reduces souls to unreality. And if your souls are burnt, then all the pain that you have suffered will have been in vain." They answered him, "How can a moth flee fire, when fire contains its ultimate desire? And if we do not join him, yet we will burn. And it is this for which our spirits yearn. It is not union for which we hope. We know that goal remains beyond our scope. once narrated them the map's brief tale. They told the map, "You are too slight, too frail to bear the vivid candle flame you seek. This game is for the noble, not the weak. Why die from ignorance?" The moth replied, "Within that fire I cannot hope to hide. I know I could not penetrate the flame. Simply to reach it is my humble aim." Though grief engulfed the ragged group, love made the birds impetuous and unafraid. The herald's self-possession was unmoved. But their resilience was not reproved. Now, gently, he unlocked the guarded door. 100 veils drew back, and there before the birds' incredulous, bewildered sight shone the unveiled, the inmost light of light. He led them to a noble throne, a place of intimacy, dignity and grace. Then gave them all a written page and said that when its contents had been duly read, the meaning that their journey had concealed, and of the stage they'd reached, would be revealed. Joseph's brothers read of their treachery. When Malak Dar bought Joseph as a slave, the price agreed, and which he gladly gave, seemed far too low. To be quite sure he made the brothers sign a note for what he'd paid. And when the wicked purchase was complete he left with Joseph and the sealed receipt. At last when Joseph ruled in Egypt's court his brothers came to beg, and little thought to whom it was each bowed his humbled head and as a suppliant appealed for bread. Then Joseph held a scroll up in his hand and said, "No courtier here can understand these Hebrew characters. If you can read this note I'll give you all the bread you need." The brothers could read Hebrew easily, and cried, "Give us the note, your majesty. If any of my readers cannot find himself in this account, the fool is blind." When Joseph gave them that short document, they looked, and trembled with astonishment. They did not read a line but in dismay debated inwardly what they should say. Their past sins silenced them. They were too weak to offer an excuse or even speak. Then Joseph said, "Why don't you read? You seem distracted, haunted by some dreadful dream." And they replied, "Better to hold our breath than read and in so doing merit death." The birds discover the Samorg. The 30 birds read through the fateful page, and they're discovered, stage by detailed stage. Their lives, their actions, set out one by one. All that their souls had ever been or done. And this was bad enough, but as they read, they understood that it was they who'd led the lovely Joseph into slavery, who had deprived him of his liberty. Deep in a well, then ignorantly sold. They're captive to a passing chief for gold. Can you not see that at each breath you sell the Joseph you imprisoned in that well, that he will be the king to whom you must, naked and hungry, bow down in the dust? The chastened spirits of these birds became like crumbled powder, and they shrank with shame. Then, as by shame their spirits were refined, of all the world's weight, they began to find a new life flow towards them from that bright celestial and ever-living light. Their souls rose free of all they'd been before. The past and all its actions were no more. Their life came from that close, insistent sun, and in its vivid rays they shone as one. There in the Samorg's asterisk radiant face they saw themselves, the Samorg of the world. With awe they gazed, and dared at last to comprehend they were the Samorg and the journey's end. They see the Samorg. At themselves they stare, and see a second Samorg standing there. They look at both and see the two are one. That this is that this, the goal is one. They ask, but inwardly, they make no sound, the meaning of these mysteries that confound their puzzled ignorance. How is it true that we is not distinguished here from you? And silently their shining Lord replies, "I am a mirror set before your eyes. And all who come before my splendor see themselves, their own unique reality. You came as 30 birds and therefore saw these self-same 30 birds, not less nor more. If you had come as 40, 50, here, and answering 40, 50, would appear. Though you have struggled, wandered, traveled far. It is yourselves you see and what you are. Who sees the Lord? It is himself each sees. What ant's sight could discern the Pleiades? What anvil could be lifted by an ant? Or could a fly subdue an elephant? How much you thought you knew and saw, but you now know that all you trusted was untrue. Though you traversed the valley's depths and fought with all the dangers that the journey brought. The journey was in me, the deeds were mine. You slept secure in being's inmost shrine. And since you came as 30 birds, you see these 30 birds when you discover me. The Simorg, truth's last flawless jewel, the light, in which you will be lost to mortal sight. Dispersed to nothingness until once more you find in me the selves you were before. Then, as they listened to the Simorg's words, a trembling dissolution filled the birds. The substance of their being was undone, and they were lost like shade before the sun. Neither the pilgrims nor their guide remained. The Simorg ceased to speak, and silence reigned. The ashes of Halaj's corpse was burnt, and when the flame subsided, to the pyre a Sufi came, who stirred the ashes with his staff and said, "Where has that cry, 'I am the truth'? Now fled? All that you cried, all that you saw and knew, was but the prelude to what now is true. The essence lives. Rise now and have no fear. Rise up from ruin, rise and disappear. All shadows are made nothing in the one unchanging light of truth's eternal sun." 100,000 centuries went by. And then those birds, who were content to die, to vanish in annihilation, saw their selves had been restored to them once more. That after nothingness they had attained eternal life, and selfhood was regained. This nothingness, this life, are states no tongue at any time has adequately sung. Those who can speak still wander far away from that dark truth they struggle to convey, and by analogies they try to show the forms men's partial knowledge cannot know. But these are not the subject for my rhyme. They need another book, another time. And those who merit them will one day see this nothingness and this eternity. While you still travel in your worldly state, you cannot pass beyond this glorious gate. Why do you waste your life in slothful sleep? Rise up, for there is nothing you can keep. What will it profit you to comprehend the present world when it must have an end? No, he has made man's seed and nourished it, so that it grows in wisdom until fit to understand his mysteries, to see the hidden secrets of eternity. But in that glorious state it cannot rest. In dust it will be humbled, dispossessed, brought back to nothingness, cast down, destroyed, absorbed once more within the primal void. There, lost in non-existence, it will hear the truths that make this darkness disappear. And, as he brings man to blank vacancy, he gives man life to all eternity. You have no knowledge of what lies ahead. Think deeply, ponder, do not be misled. Until our King excludes you from his grace, you cannot hope to see him face to face. You cannot hope for life till you progress through some small shadow of this nothingness. First he will humble you in dust and mire, and then bestow the glory you desire. Be nothing first, and then you will exist. You cannot live whilst life and self persist. Till you reach nothingness you cannot see the life you long for in eternity. The king who ordered his beloved to be killed. There was a monarch once of 7 lands. A second Alexander, whose commands sent armies forth from pole to pole, whose might eclipsed the splendor of the moon at night. He had a minister whose wise advice was well informed, sagacious and precise. This minister was father to a son, a beauteous youth, a peerless paragon. No man has ever seen such comely grace as glanced out from that boy's bewitching face. He dared not leave the palace save at night, for fear of causing some tumultuous fight. Since all the world began no youth has known the love, the adoration, he was shown. His face was like the sun, his curls like dusk, a twilight scented with delicious musk. His little mouth was fresher than the brook that gives eternal life, and in his look 100 stars seemed gathered as a guide to tempt whoever saw him to his side. His thick, spellbinding hair spilled down his back in twisted tresses, glistening smooth and black, and round his face the clustered ringlets seemed like little miracles a saint had dreamed. His eyebrows' curve was like a bow. What arm could ever draw it or resist its charm? The eyes themselves a sorcery to quell 100 hearts with their hypnotic spell. His lips were like the freshet that bestows a sweet, new life on spring's reviving rose. His youthful beard was like the fledgling grass that re-emerges where spring's runnels pass. His serrate teeth were like, oh, who but fools would try to represent such shining jewels? And on his cheek there was a musk-like mole that seemed a portent of time's hidden soul. What can I say? No eloquence conveys a beauty that surpassed all mortal praise. His king caught sight of him, and passion made this monarch like a drunken renegade. That full moon caused his sovereign to appear as thin as is the new moon, wan with fear. His love obsessed the king, a moment spent without that youth was torture, banishment. He could not wrest away from him. Desire destroyed his patience in its raging fire. He sat the boy beside him day and night, whispering secrets till the last dim light left that beloved face. When darkness fell, sleep did not touch the sovereign sentinel, and when the boy's head drooped the monarch kept a guardian vigil while his servant slept. The face lit by a candle's softening light, watched by the weeping king throughout the night. The king threw blossoms in his loved one's hair, or combed it hour by hour with tender care, and then for sudden love would cry aloud, weep tears like raindrops scattered from a cloud, or make a public banquet for the boy, or drink with him alone, in secret joy. He could not bear to be without his face, to see him absent for a moment's space. The youth chafed inwardly, but he was tied by terror to his royal master's side, afraid that if he went away but once, the king would hang him for his impudence. Even his parents were afraid to say they wished to see their son from day to day. They dared not offer succor or support to one who seemed the prisoner of the court. There was a girl at court, a lovely child, who filled the room with sunlight when she smiled. This youth caught sight of her, and like a fire, love kindled his impetuous desire. One night, the king was drunk. He slipped away, and in her room the two together lay. At midnight, though the king could hardly stand, he staggered out, a dagger in his hand, and searched the court, prowling from place to place, until he found them locked in love's embrace. Then hate and love could not be held apart. Wild flames of jealousy swept through his heart. How could you choose another love? He cried. What idiocy is this? What selfish pride? To think of all that I have done for you, far more than any other man would do. Is this then my reward? Continue, please. You're expert at it, everyone agrees. But think, my coffer's key was in your hand. My noblemen were under your command. I ruled with your assistance and consent. You were my closest friend, my confidant. And yet you sneak in secret to this whore. Foul slave, you are my confidant no more. He paused, then ordered that the youth be bound, and dragged in chains along the filthy ground. The silver pallor of his lovely back was at the king's commandment beaten black, and where his throne had been the soldiers built the gibbet that would show the world his guilt. First flay the faithless wretch, their monarch said. Then hang him upside down until he's dead. And then those chosen for my love will see Their eyes should glance at no one else but me. The monarch's courtiers hurried to comply, gasping, "Head down." The youth was left to die. But when the minister, his father, heard the punishment this lover had incurred, he wept and cried, "What harsh necessity has made the king my son's sworn enemy?" 2 slaves had seized the boy, to them he went. To them he made his fatherly lament. And as he gave them each a pearl he said, "Drink has confused our noble monarch's head. He will regret my son's uncalled for fate. But when he's sober it will be too late. Whoever kills my son will then be killed." They said, "If his commands are not fulfilled, it's we who'll die, if he comes here and sees no bloody corpse, the next deaths he decrees are ours." The wily minister then brought a murderer, convicted by the court, who waited in a prison cell for death. They stripped the villain, flayed him, stopped his breath, then hanged him upside down until the mud beneath the gibbet reddened with his blood. The boy was hidden in a private place, till it was safe for him to show his face. The next day dawned, the king was sober now, but anger still stamped furrows on his brow. He called the slaves and asked, "What did you do with that abhorrent dog I gave to you?" They said, "We flayed the wretch, then hanged him where the court could witness his last, cruel despair. He hangs there now, my lord, head down and dead." The king rejoiced to hear the words they said. He there and then made each of them a lord, and gave them presents as a fit reward. "Let him hang there," he cried, "till late tonight. There is a lesson in this shameful sight." But when his people heard the tale they felt their hearts in surreptitious pity melt. They came to stare, but none could recognize the youth in that hacked corpse which met their eyes. They saw the beaten, blood-stained flesh but kept their thoughts a secret and in secret wept. All day the city mourned with smothered cries, tears hastily suppressed and inward sighs. A few days passed, the king's rage vanished too, and as his anger went his sorrow grew. Love made him weak, this lion-hearted king became an ant, afraid of everything. Then he remembered how they used to sit for days and nights, when love seemed infinite, drinking their wine in homely privacy, and more drunk with each other's company. He could not bear the thought, he felt tears rise to overflow his weeping, downcast eyes. Regret consumed him, reason, patience fled, and in the dust he bowed his noble head. He dressed in mourning, neither ate nor slept, but, shut away in lonely anguish, wept. Night came, he drove off that still gaping crowd, which stood beneath the gallows tree, and, bowed by lonely grief, told over one by one the actions of his absent paragon. Then as each loved, lost deed was called to mind, he groaned that he had been so rash, so blind. Pain gripped his heart, his tears flowed like a flood. He smeared his features with the corpse's blood, groveled in dust, clawed at his pampered skin, wept countless storms for his unthinking sin. He raved, and, as a candle burns away, wasted with grief until the break of day. And when dawn's gentle breeze arose returned to his apartment's hearth, and still he burned. For 40 nights the ashes of despair reduced him to the stature of a hare. For 40 nights none dared approach the throne, or speak to him, and he was left alone. For 40 days he fasted, then one night he dreamt he saw the boy, his face was white, and smeared with trickling tears, from foot to head were bloodstains where his gaping wounds had bled. The king cried, "Comfort of my soul, what chance reduced you to this evil circumstance?" "I am like this," the weeping boy replied, "because of your ingratitude and pride. Is this fidelity, to flay my skin? For some imagined slight, some paltry sin? Is this how lovers act? No infidel would make his lover undergo such hell. What have I done that I should hang and die? A shameful spectacle to passers-by? God will revenge my death. I turn away. But I shall face you on his judgment day. The king woke trembling from his troubled sleep. Grief overwhelmed him. He began to weep. And in his wretched agony he saw insanity swing open like a door. He cried, "Dear heart and soul, your shameful death bereaves my heart and soul of vital breath. You loved me and you died for me. What fool would smash, as I did, his most precious jewel? Zero, I have killed my only love, and I deserve to suffer torture and to die. Wherever you are now, my child, do not let all our vows of friendship be forgot. It was myself I killed. Do not give back the blackness of my deeds with deeds as black. It is for you I grieve, for you I groan. For you I bow down in the dust alone. Take pity on me now. Where can I find some trace of you to comfort my poor mind? I tricked you, but be bountiful and true. Do not serve me as once I dealt with you. I spilt your body's blood, but you have spilt my spirit's blood to expiate my guilt. The deed was done when I was drunk. Some fate conspired against me and my sovereign state. If you have left the world before me, how can I endure the world without you now? One moment's absence kills my life and heart. One moment more, my life and body part. Your king's soul hovers ready now to pay blood vengeance for your death and die away. Oh, it is not my death which troubles me, but my unthinking, vicious treachery. However long I beg and sue and plead, I know that nothing can forgive this deed. Oh God, that you had cut my throat, that I, untouched by grief, had been condemned to die. My soul is burnt with passion and despair. There is no part of me that does not bear the scars of wild regret. How long, O Lord, must absence be my fate and my reward? Just God, destroy me now, I gladly give my soul to death, I have no will to live. He fell bewildered in a strengthless faint, and silence closed his passionate complaint. But help was near, the minister had heard each conscience-stricken and repentant word. He slipped out from his hiding place and dressed his son as if he were some honored guest. Then sent him to the king. The youth appeared like moonlight when the heavens clouds have cleared. Dressed all in white, he knelt before the king, and wept as clouds weep raindrops in the spring. Then, when the wakened monarch saw the boy, there were no words that could express his joy. They knew that state of which no man can speak. This pearl cannot be pierced. Asterisk, we are too weak. The absence that the king endured was gone, and they withdrew, united now as one. No stranger followed them, or could unfold the secrets they to one another told. Alone at last, together they conferred. Blindly they saw themselves, and deaf they heard. But who can speak of this? I know if I betrayed my knowledge I would surely die. If it were lawful for me to relate such truths to those who have not reached this state, those gone before us would have made some sign. But no sign comes, and silence must be mine. Here eloquence can find no jewel but one. That silence when the longed-for goal is won. The greatest orator would here be made in love with silence and forget his trade. And I too cease. I have described the way. Now, you must act. There is no more to say.